Okay, so before I'm pretty sure you guys by now saw all the cards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in general, there's been two new mechanics announced, as you all know. The one is Jousting, and the one is Inspire. And first of all, what do you guys think of this mechanic? How will it impact the metagame, or will it impact the metagame at all?
Well, we start with Jousting. That's how you pronounce it, because I'm Swedish. Basically, it's good against aggro in most cases, of course, and it's pretty bad against control, is how I see it. Because if you face an aggro, you're most likely gonna win the Joust. And if you face a control deck, let's say both are playing Jousts, you're gonna have a less than 50% chance to actually win the Joust because he's also playing expensive cards, and it's only if you have a cheaper card, not if there's same mana cost. Which means you have to win the Joust all the time, and most of the times you're not gonna win against a control deck.
Yeah, exactly. If you're playing the mirror, you definitely have a less than 50% chance of actually winning the joust. That is true.
Yes. So it's pretty good against control. Question is how good it is against control, because if like you have to replace Joust with some kind of tech card, I guess, in most cases. And is the Joust card better than the tech card against aggro? That's still a question that I'm not really sure about yet.
Yeah. What do you think, Blackout, about joust?
I mean, like the mechanics, like fine, I guess. Like obviously, they're trying to nerf aggro somewhat because I think it's pretty widely agreed that aggro is like, like the best decks at the minute are like pretty much the aggro decks, like Hunter Zoo, the good old Warrior Hunter Warlock meta game. But I'm not like the thing with jousting is like you have to replace cards that are already in your deck with joust cards, and unless the joust card is like you get like a substantial benefit from winning the joust. Like the 6 mana like 5/6. So like if you lose the joust, the card's terrible, and there is a chance you can lose joust against like Zoo. Like Zoo has like Mal'Ganis and stuff, like maybe like Sea Giants, whatever. That you can lose the joust. So like then it's just worse. Like, I think I would rather play just consistent cards, honestly. But yeah,
Yeah, I feel like what Blizzard tried to do in this whole set in general was push the metagame in the more of a control-based direction. Kind of push aggro a little bit to the back and push the control and like value and synergy based decks to the front line a little bit more. And yeah, we see this obviously with both those mechanics, joust and as well as inspire. And I feel like jousting is kind of one of those mechanics that really shines against aggro, as you've said before. And this also allows, like, if the joust cards end up being good, then obviously the metagame is going to shift more towards control, and then Inspire becomes even better because in a control versus control, Inspire really shines as well, I would say. And yeah, I think Blizzard has done in theory a good job of like in theory this should be enough to like push the metagame in the direction they want it to go. However, I feel like against combo decks, it might not be the right thing. I mean, obviously, Blizzard could and probably should do whatever they've been doing before to combo decks that have just been overpowered and non-interactive, and just nerf the cards that make the combo OP. But as we all know, patrons haven't seen any single nerfs
yeah,
yet. So yeah, we'll have to see how Blizzard responds to this. I guess they're gonna take their time a little bit longer, see how the whole thing pans out after the set is released, and then go for the nerf if it's necessary.
yeah. I can't see. Like the deck is just absurd. Like I don't know.
Yeah, but we will see right now. We will go card by card and see how
Yeah.
actually the metagame might be impacted by those cards. And let's start with the smallest one. From the neutral commons, we have Gadgetzan Jouster for 1 mana. One of the Joust cards, as we've mentioned before. What are your thoughts, Blackout?
I think this card sucks because if you're playing aggro, you don't want to play joust cards, right? Because you're playing
Yeah.
aggro, you're inherently favored, like unfavored to win the joust. And in control, this is just strictly worse than zombie chow.
Yeah,
And so
exactly.
you don't care about the zombie chow, like death rattle. So I think this card sucks. Yeah.
Got anything to add to that, Darkonyx?
It's pretty much like a worst zombie chow against aggro, better zombie chow against control if you draw it like mid game or late game, because you usually don't want to play zombie chow, just to let it sit in your hand, because you don't want to give them 5 health. Some cases you don't mind,
Yeah.
but this card you can actually play without like being punished for it. So it has its ups and downs, but it's more downs than ups, I'd say, compared to zombie chow.
Exactly. Often enough, you just get a gold Shire Footman without taunt, and that just plain straight up sucks. So you don't want that shit. Okay, up to the next card. Lowly Squire. One of the cards with Inspire. Inspire, gain 1 attack. And you always like have to figure out what kind of deck do you even want to use in those kind of Inspire cards, because obviously, like, yeah, there's the class-based Inspire cards, but there's obviously a lot of neutral Inspire cards as well, and like I've been trying to figure out already in which decks those cards might fit well, like in what kind of classes. And if you guys have an idea about those neutral Inspire cards in general, just let me know. So Lowly Squire, Inspire, gain 1 attack. So pretty regular one drop. You will have to get your hero power off at least once to make it worth playing. I mean, to make it worth be on the board, right? So,
Yep.
so I suppose you can play it on turn 1, and then if you have no 2-drop, you can hero power, I suppose. But it's not really a good play.
Yeah. Do you want to play a 1-drop in a deck where you plan on hero powering on turn 2?
Not really,
don't
I think.
so. Yeah.
I think it's it's a pretty good arena card actually. Like I would rate this pretty high of the 1-drops in arena, because you can kill anything they coin out on turn 2 with free health. You can use, like, if you have a 1 damage hero power, that is, you can kill someone with free health.
Yeah.
Or at least you threaten to kill something with free health, which is pretty good in arena, but it's not good in constructed.
Yeah, I agree.
It's true.
Alright, let's move on to the next one. Tournament Attendee. The reverse Gold Shire Footman. So is 2-1 better than 1-2? What do you think?
Yeah, 'cause everything is better than a 1-2 font.
I guess. I mean, it still sucks though, right?
I mean, it's not good at any means, but it's better than useless, and by very little margin.
Yeah, obviously, like, the problem is the taunt. Like having where there's plenty of 1 mana 2/1 creatures, right? But taunt is just this kind of effect doesn't seem to be worth it in terms of with the value that other 1-drops can provide, like something like Leper Gnome, Abusive Sergeant,
Worgen Infiltrator.
Yeah, I mean, all those cards are kind of more impactful or have better synergy with other cards. Taunt is just something you want to have on a board that has a lot of health that can protect you, and 1 health is just nothing. So I guess you pass on that card.
Yeah.
Okay, off to the next one. Bone Guard Lieutenant. Another Inspire 2-drop. So we got a Bloodfen Raptor right here that has Inspire, gain +1 health. Is that any good?
It's just Bloodfen Raptor.
Same as Slowly Squire, I'd say. It's good in arena, bad constructed. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I get the feeling that, look, all those Inspire cards, there's like
Inspire's
probably going to be
in arena.
exactly. There's going to be a recurring theme that Inspire is just going to be completely busted in arena. So you should definitely pick up those cards in arena, because the games will go long most of the time, and you will use a hero power often, and then those cards just shine because they have above average stats every time.
Yeah.
And if they stick around on the board longer than 1 turn, then you're just in really good shape. But yeah, in constructed, it seems to be a little bit too slow, I suppose. And I mean, Inspire in general seems a little bit too slow for the current meta game, but obviously if the meta game shifts towards slower decks, Inspire might be better. However, I feel like Inspire, you need effects that are more impactful, and something like +1 attack or +1 health is just not impactful enough.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to make like some bad Inspire cards as well. They all can't be good.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are good in arena, like they have to compare the cards to something, and this is a pretty standard vanilla Inspire card, that is. So it's decent in arena, but in constructed it's not gonna see play. There are better Inspire cards coming like upwards.
Yeah.
Alright, so next card, Flame Juggler. Deal 1 damage to a random enemy minion. No, to a random enemy, so it can hit players as well. Oh man.
Yeah.
If it hit enemy minions, I might have considered it.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well at the start when I saw this card. I was like, if it hits minions, then sure. But if it hits face, it's just terrible.
Exactly. I mean, why not just play Knife Juggler? You're gonna get definitely more value out of that guy than Flame Juggler.
Yeah.
So yeah, I suppose you don't play that card.
I feel it's comparable to Mad Bomber in a case. But still a little bit worse, because if you play Mad Bomber, you want it for like the chance to kill something that they played. With this one, you can also do that, but it's less chance to do it.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, you have guaranteed hit on an enemy, and the stats are kind of interesting as well. 2/3. It's usually pretty good in the early game.
It's supposed to be an anti-aggro card, right? But because it can hit face, it's just not good.
Yeah, exactly. If it was random enemy minion, I probably would have been better than what it is right there.
It would have been pretty good. It's like a Cruel Taskmaster in a way.
Yeah, or like imagine what's it called? The Rifleman, 3 mana, 2 damage. Yeah. I mean, it would have been pretty good even if it's random. But if it's only minions, so I suppose. But because it can hit face, not really that good. Okay, next card, Lancebearer. Battlecry, give a friendly minion +2 attack. So what Dark Iron Dwarf used to do pre-nerf.
Yes.
Yeah. So what do you guys think? Probably too. I mean, my opinion, the stats are just too low.
Yeah. Now I can play Abusive Sergeant for 2 mana instead of 1.
Yeah, with less attack.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see like if anyone ever gonna play this card, to be honest, because it's just too low value for the card in general. It's like 1/2 for 2. It's like Gold Shard Footman without taunt for 2 mana instead. And also the battle cries, you're only gonna use that to attack, to trade usually early on.
And like even if it sticks around, it's like a buff that is easy to handle. It's not like your opponent will have trouble clearing the minion that got buffed by this kind of buff. So I feel like they could have even made it 1 mana, to be honest, and it would have been still not that great. It still would have been just in a less aggressive Abusive Sergeant.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't like it at all. Next card, Argent Horserider, Divine Shield and Charge. I've heard some people compare this card to Wolf Rider, and yeah, it's kind of weird, I guess. What do you guys think? I mean, I suppose it has some use because it's a sticky minion, right? Sticky minion with charge. We haven't seen something like that yet.
It's an Argent Commander, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's just half of an Argent Commander.
Yeah.
Play 2 of those instead.
Well, I mean, this one costs 3 mana, so.
I mean, like Divine Shield Charge, it's a really good combination. The only problem is it dies really easily after. It's basically like a removal in most cases. Like
it's also just less damage. Than Wolf Rider as well. And then deck, while you're playing Wolf Rider, I think you might just want the extra damage.
I mean, you have to consider, do I want the extra damage immediately with the Wolf Rider? Because like often enough, Wolf Rider you always play in face decks, right? So you go for face with the Wolf Rider, and you have dealt your 3 damage guaranteed, and then your opponent has to spend like something to deal 1 damage to the Wolf Rider, and then it dies immediately. But this one deals, even though it deals less damage, it's like more durable, so your opponent might have to use more than 1 card to actually deal with this. So in a way, it might deal more damage than the Wolf Rider.
Yeah. I think it's something you'd have to like look at a lot more in depth, like how often the Wolf Rider dies to X. Because I'm imagining it's like Warrior, this card's a lot better than Wolf Rider. Because you can't just Cruel Task it or whatever. But against like decks like against some decks this is obviously worse. But yeah.
Divine Shield like is always going to be good as well, like in general, because if someone ever makes a El Diablo new deck, like put those redemptions in the deck. Sane Argent Horserider combo. But also it makes Blood Knight a bit better because more Divine Shield guys.
Yeah, that's true.
You want to make like a full Divine Shield deck eventually. It's not really that good, but it has potential. That's all I say.
I just like it. I just like the fact that it's a sticky charge minion. We haven't seen something like that so far. I think.
I don't think it'll be played, but I think this is like borderline playable. This is on the upper end of cards from the expansion.
Yeah. Okay. So okay, let's just move on to the next one. Dragon Hawkrider. Inspire, gain Wind Fury this turn. Obviously, the first comparison that comes to mind is Raging Worgen, but compared to Raging Worgen, I don't know.
I think this card sucks. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna say it. It's just a 3-mana 3/3.
Yeah. I tried to like find a way of making this card actually playable. I mean, 3-mana 3/3 is just standard stats, right? It's like nothing special.
I think for a 3-mana card now you want a 3/4 at least. For it
Yeah,
to be
I guess
playable.
the power creep at the moment, like Spider Tank and Dark Cultist, starting with those cards, made that you really want a 3/4 for 3-mana, and there's plenty of those to go around. We'll get to some of those later, and therefore, yeah, the Inspire should have been more crazy than that, I suppose. It's gonna be
Just
tough.
like a worse Worgen, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be tough to stick that guy on the board. Because like you need to survive, and you preferably want to buff it somehow and hero power at the same time. So it's gonna be really tough to pull that off, I suppose. So yeah, probably not playable.
Nope.
You just skip Ice Rage.
Just like the next card, Ice Rager. That's not gonna be playable. I suppose if they made like a 5/3, it would have been good.
Yeah, that card would have been bonkers.
That would have been really good, actually.
Yeah,
think.
like 5/3 is pretty sick for 3-mana, right?
Yeah, it is.
But this way, it just dies to pretty much anything still, like even 1-drops, so nobody cares.
Yeah, it's on the like power level though for the mana cost. 5/2 for free, sure, but I don't know. Comparable to like Magma Rage was the worst card in Hearthstone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you would rather always want the 2/5 for 3-mana any day.
Yeah.
Like
Plus-
that's basically the same as we see with Druid of the Flame. If anyone ever plays that card, it's always going to be a 2/5, unless you're like
Actually,
really
I've
aggressive.
played with that lately a little bit, and I almost go for 5/2 every single time, at least on a naked board.
Yeah.
'Cause
I
it's
mean, it
so
all depends
hard.
on the board situation, because obviously, like 5/2 doesn't die to hero powers, and yeah, so you can sometimes go aggressive with that, but usually 2/5 is the safer choice, especially in the early game.
Yeah.
Okay, so next card, like Ice Rager will not see play, that's for sure. Silent Knight, Stealth, Divine Shield, and there's been a lot of talk about this card, like if it's good, if it's not good, like you can put buffs on that card, but like why would that Divine Shield matter in that case? Even
There's no way this card's good, right?
yeah, like if you just compare to Shade of Nax, you will always know which card to play.
Well, you're
Yeah.
just paying. What Blizzard are basically saying with this card is that Stealth is worth 1 mana because a mini bot is just equivalent, but 2 mana without
Yeah,
Stealth.
but Minibot is a Paladin card, so you cannot really compare neutral cards
Yeah.
to class cards.
I suppose, but like even then, like Stealth, yeah. I think this card isn't good. But
It's like comparing
Yeah,
Huffer to Wolf Rider.
It's only good at singing. Nothing more.
Yeah, so I don't know. In my opinion, definitely not even worth talking about this card. It's just not good. So Silver Hand Regent. What do you think about this? Like this one, I actually like a reasonable amount. Obviously, like the first thought that comes to mind, you put it in Paladin because it like doubles your Paladin hero power, right? So, but you can obviously play it in other classes too because it's a neutral card, and I see it could have some use in token-based decks like maybe Druid or Shaman and something like that. But in general, like, what do you think? Can this card be viable at all?
I'd say maybe has potential in some token situation decks that relies a lot of Inspire. But other than that, I'm not really sure. Because the Inspire effect is not that bad. To be honest, kind of like a Violet Teacher. Let's say like if you're a mage or something and you want to spam your hero power a lot of times. You can get a lot of 1/1s, kind of like a pilot teacher, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean the issue is I just don't think you want to play a 3-mana 3/3 in any deck. It's the issue I see. Is the effect like if you're like Inspire's so slow, like you don't want to. So effectively, you always want to play your 3. Like you would want to play this on turn 3, right? The 3-mana 3/3. So then afterwards, in like Druid or something, you'd be sacrificing playing your 4-drop to Inspire and get the 1/1.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say you played on curve. It's more of like in general, I would probably not even. Let's say you have like a really nice curve deck and you have some Inspire cards in your opening hand. I would probably like even mulligan Inspire cards away because they're always going to be better off curve. Like when you play them, when you can also activate them in the same turn, then they have like really big value. Like all of them, basically. So that's where those kinds of cards shine. And for example, like something like a token druid or an aggressive kind of paladin, it's just going to run out of cards very fast, and then you always have like the longer the game goes, the more chances you will have to fit your hero power in there, and this is where those Inspire cards in general shine. And I feel like Hand Regent, the fact that it provides for the cost and the stats is just it's pretty good value, I would say.
Yeah, it's especially good in Paladins, as you say as well.
It's definitely not like super powerful or anything, but I think I can see playing this card. Okay, so let's just move on to the next one. Evil Heckler, so Booty Bay Bodyguard for 1 mana less. I think that's pretty damn good, actually.
Rip Booty Bay Bodyguard. That's all I have to say. Never forget.
Yeah. Time to retire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people always shy away from the 4 mana 4 health minions, right? Because because if there's like 5 health, it's always kind of better. But if you compare it to like Sentient Shield Master, right? Sentient Shield Master has 1 less stats and the same effect, basically.
I think Tazdingo is better just because of how played Shredder is. I think if Shredder wasn't played as much, this card might be good, but like, you can't play this into Shredder. Like, you feel so bad.
Yeah, of course.
I see is that the meta game is still like 4 health is really, really bad because Grim Patron is gonna kill everything you have.
Yeah, you got the Death Spites, you got the True Silvers, you got the Swipes, you got like the Flame Cannons and whatnot.
It dies really easily, but it does kill Slap Cultures.
Yeah, I mean there is a reason why a lot of people like why 5 health is so much more valued on 4 drops than 4 health, and why all those 4 health minions have not been played yet. However, I think that an effect like Taunt, because like those other effects seemed pretty much insignificant although on those 5/4 minions that we had so far, that I think this card might actually be worth playing. It all obviously depends on the kind of metagame, how the metagame will progress basically, if you need 5 attack at all on that in that mana slot or not. Usually you don't actually, but I guess it depends.
Yeah. It's a good arena card though.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Just putting it out there.
Okay, so next card we got the big brother of Cobalt Geomancer. We got a Frigid Snowbolt, and it's 2 mana more, but 4 more health than Cobalt Geomancer. So it's like
this card has to suck.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like Ogre Magi with 2 less attack and 2 more health. Ogre Magi didn't see play at all.
This card doesn't do anything.
I think this card has potential, to be honest.
It is.
Really?
I mean, if we look back at early beta days, right? There was this Druid deck where like most of the Druid cards could go for face as well, like Wrath and Starfall and all that. And people were just abusing Dalaran Mage as well.
That was when it was a 2/4.
When it was a 2/4 for 3 mana.
Yeah.
That card was broke.
Yeah, like people were just playing spell damage and going for face with all those Druid spells, and it was good at that time. And I feel like spell damage doesn't get enough of love, and Blizzard are trying to like put some more spell damage minions into action. But and yeah, obviously the stats are they want this minion to stay on the board as long as possible, which is why it has like 6 cells compared to the Ogre Magi. But I feel like what can you do with spell damage? That's the question. Like you always have to consider, and it's like Warwick said, might have potential, but like you need to really play with your spell damage properly, and I feel like it's just way too situational to do so, and it doesn't feel like it's worth playing an Oasis Snapjaw with 1 less health for that reason.
The reason I think it's actually pretty good is that for I think Mage are gonna be they're gonna make a new kind of deck with Mage, a spell power deck. You have Ronin, which gives you 3 arcane missiles, and if you buff all of those things with spell power, it's gonna be really good. Especially if you have Arcane Blast as well. It's a cheap removal, kind of like Shield Slam.
Yeah.
And 4 mana with 6 health is pretty hard to get rid of. So most of the cases they're not gonna kill it instantly, but you're always afraid of your opponent having a spell power minion on the board. Like in every single game, like if you leave a spell power minion on the board, there's a reason they have spell power in the deck. First of all, because they wouldn't play it if they didn't have a lot of spells benefiting from it. So I think you can actually play a lot of spell power things with Mage now, especially when the new 3/5 Inspire gain 1+ spell power as well. It's kind of like this card, but just this is more instant.
Yeah,
I think this card's even better than that card.
I definitely agree. You don't respect the minions. Like obviously you don't respect the minions that have spell damage regarding the stats because they are just shit. But like obviously you respect the spell damage because often that has a lot of potential. Whenever you see an Azure Drake, for example, like this is the most common example, you see an Azure Drake on the board for either Rogue or Druid, and you're like immediately afraid of, oh man, like if he has the spell that, like if he has the AOE, I'm just completely screwed. So I have to deal with this minion, and therefore like it actually does provide a threat. However, I don't feel like the stats are still too insignificant. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think Azure Drake's only playable because of the card draw as well, though.
Yeah.
If this card drew a card, it'd be busted. If it was a 4-mana 2/6 draw a card +1 spell damage.
Yeah, that would be
play
insane.
that in every deck.
And I suppose also if, like, especially because like Warning said, like you want to go for the Ronin, Arcane Missiles, Wombo combo, whatever, like you just go with Malygos in that case and put an Emperor out there. Like Emperor makes it possible to just go for Malygos combos or whatever, and just do that and not play shitty spell damage minions that just clog up your deck unnecessarily.
Yeah, I think it's just like good for all the removal with Arcane Blast and stuff like that. That's the only reason I feel. Because it's more reliable than saving up for Malygos, Emperor, and Ronin has to die of fucking silence, like all that Wombo combo. But I think it's still like possible only in Mage though. I don't think any other class is gonna play this card, but it might be playable in Mage. That's the only thing I see.
Alright, so up to the next 2/6 minion for 4 mana, which is Maiden of the Lake, and this obviously plays very well with all those Inspire minions. However, once again, an Oasis Snapjaw, which with a power that, well, do you really want it in your deck?
It's just underwhelming, honestly. Like, it's just not. I don't know. Like, hero power being 1 doesn't make up for the fact that you're playing a 2/6 in your deck. Like, yeah, that's my thoughts on it. Anyway, obviously it's interesting with Inspire, but
yeah, it makes all the Inspire minions better. But of course, you have to have those Inspire minions in your hand, and you have to have those Inspire, and you have to have Maiden of the Lake survive as well, and it's just. And then, like, the Inspire effect might not even be too impactful, so it doesn't really matter that much. Like, this minion has to stick around on the board long enough to be to be worth it. And I feel like hero powers in general do not generate enough value in time, and before the Maiden dies, I suppose.
I'm thinking about it as. Let's say you put this in a Paladin deck, and on turn 5 you can play this and a 1/1, and you have a 3/7 on the board on turn 5, which also provides additional threats for next turn. I think it has potential. Like if I can see this in a Paladin just now, it probably can be used in more cases in the future as well, in other decks. But I don't think this is too bad of a card, to be honest. Especially depends how much hero powers are gonna be useful now with Inspire and all that stuff's coming into play.
Yeah, like the more, I mean, obviously
I
the
think-
card, as you said, like if you just combine it without Inspire, right? The stats are actually decent, like depending on what kind of hero power you combine it with, right? And the more your deck relies on hero power, like if the more Inspire minions you have in your deck, or if you like play a card that we're going to talk about soon, the what's it called, the one that replaces your hero power, right?
Oh, the Spell Stealer.
No, the one that
Yeah.
improves your hero power. What's it called?
Oh, Justicature.
Yeah, exactly. Like with that, for example, making that hero power cost 1 is just pretty amazing as well. But of course, you have to play a bunch of cards with bad stats in general, and yeah, it all depends on how long this card can survive, that you can get the maximum advantage out of it. Of course, there's going to be a recurring theme in this whole thing, I suppose. Okay, anyone got something to add still? No? Okay.
Nah, it's gonna be like a combo card in most of the cases, but I don't know. It remains to be seen.
Okay, we're coming up to a card that I'm personally very excited about, and not only because of the picture. Refreshment Vendor, OP in the game. Battlecry, restore 4 health for each hero. So it's basically a control card. You don't care about your opponent getting the health, and obviously it's a very good anti-aggro tool. Much like anti-heal, but with better stats, but like obviously less healing. So
Yeah, I like this card a lot. I kind of like compare it to Sentient Shield Master in a way, but better almost. I feel like.
I think this card's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like this card is definitely going to be playable, and it all depends, of course, on the meta game as well. Like, if you're expecting a lot of aggro, this card is going to be good. If not, then there's going to be better alternatives.
It's kind of like a new Earthring Farseer in a way, I feel like. It's going to be played more than Earthring Farseer.
Yeah, I suppose so. Earthring Farseer was kind of being played because there was nothing better around, really. And in terms of early healing, that gives you board presence. And this card provides just that, but better, I would say. Yeah, so move over Earthring Farseer, I suppose.
RIP.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Unless you really have a lot of 4-drops. Like in Handlock, for example, I would still probably play Earthen Ring over this.
Yeah, because Twilight Drake.
Oh yeah.
I think in like this is only going to be like a control card. Like mid range, everyone's still going to play Shredder as well. Like,
yeah, exactly. This is a control card for sure. But it's pretty good. We all agree on that. Okay, up next, Tournament Medic. Inspire, restore 2 health to your hero. Yeah.
I think this card is strictly worse than Refreshment Vendor.
I think this card is even strictly worse than Mogushan Warden.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but like I don't see how Inspire restore 2 health to your hero is any good. If it was Inspire restore 2 health to anything, that might be pretty decent actually.
You can inner fire it.
Wow.
Heal for 4.
I mean, I guess the Face Hunter could be pretty chancer, but other than that, I don't know.
Yeah,
Well,
obviously, obviously another anti-aggro card. We see a recurring theme there. Blizzard wants to really push the anti-aggro metagame.
This card's good against like burn decks, like aggro rogue, face hunter, but like those decks are like dying out. Like all of the good aggro decks now aren't burn decks anymore.
Yeah.
Like Zoo, aggro paladin, they're like board control aggro decks. They aren't just burn decks. So like maybe like a year ago this card might have been good, but not now. Like, in the era of backspace rogue, like possibly, but not now. I don't think.
Yeah. All right. So a really niche card, I would say, and very underwhelming for sure. So next card, Clockwork Knight, the only mech in this set, right? As far as I know. So yeah, Battlecry, give a friendly mech +1/+1. Of course, the mechs had got to get some love, and this card,
this-
does it fulfill its purpose?
This card's fine. It's nothing spectacular. It's a playable mech 5-drop, which I don't think we had. Because I don't
Pretty
count
much.
mech priest as being good.
Yeah, it Fel Reaver is like, well,
Oh yeah, true. I
Yeah.
forgot about Fel Reaver.
I mean, there's Fel Reaver, but that doesn't really count as like a mech,
It's not-
I would say,
It's
if you know what I mean.
that much. Yeah, Fel Reaver's I think a special case.
Yeah.
Counted as a big game hunter target.
Yeah, I mean, this has more of the mech feel, that it synergizes well with other mechs and all that, and just improves your mech synergy. Fel Reaver is just kind of this big dummy that just stands there and attacks, and this one synergizes with your mechs very well and can buff them obviously, and just I don't know.
For Shredder.
Seems more
dude, getting-
synergistic.
Shredder
Yeah,
kills a
it's-
Belcher now. This.
You obviously have to consider it as a 6/6 for 5 mana. That's pretty good. Like if
That
you,
is good.
yeah.
I think this card's good for sure.
The only
Depends
problem.
how good.
You
Go
go.
on.
Okay. The only problem I see is that it's friendly mech, and like if you play a mech deck, you might have Dinky Town, some other guys, Mana Worm, whatever. Like it has to be a mech by turn 5. So if they kill a Shredder, you have to be lucky there's a mech coming out of it as well.
Yeah,
You want
I
to
was
use
just
on turn 5.
gonna say it depends how good mech decks are in the mid game, like as to whether you would play this in your deck. Because if it's not, if like mech decks are still just better early game, you just play more early game, I think, and go down the aggro route instead of trying to contest the mid game as much, and just play Fel Reaver. But
Okay. Next card, bro. Kvaldir Raider. Inspire, gain +2/+2. So obviously comparison, floating watcher for every class.
Mm-hmm.
So good or not good?
I think this card is actually pretty good. I think this card can be really good. But you have to make a completely like Inspire build deck around it. Let's say like you have the card that's reduced the next hero power mana by 2. What that guy was called now again? Something.
Something like fencing
fencing
Yeah.
master.
master or whatever.
Master. Like if you have that card and then you play this and make it a 6/6, which they have to deal with, it's pretty good, I think.
Oh, I can actually zoom on the thing.
I just don't like the idea of playing a 5 mana 4/4. But I'm not a big fan of the Inspire mechanic in general. But hopefully I'll be proved wrong. But yeah,
Also to mention, it is insane in Arena.
yeah,
Really
this
insane.
card's good in Arena.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like this can constructed this might find the way into priest maybe, where it's like beneficial to have like a really big minion that you can like heal up, and it just grows and grows and grows, and if your opponent doesn't handle it, it eventually will just kill him.
Yeah, that's true.
And priest likes to use his hero power a lot and always like fits in some hero powers here and there, and
He's got
likes
the
to drag out the game.
beast. He's got the beast in his sights. Oh baby.
Alright, next card then. Muklas Champion. Pretty fun artwork, but besides that, is that effect really any relevant at all?
I think this card sucks. You can't
Yeah.
play a 5 mana for free.
Yeah, you
any
basically, as I said with other Inspire cards, you want to play them at the same time. You want to play them at the same time you can use your hero power, so you get immediate additional value. But then again, you compare it to, let's say, Stormwind Champion, right? Costs 7 mana, gives you the same effect, but has 6/6 instead of 4/3. So yeah, I think this card sucks ass.
Yeah, like I can almost like compare this to Kvaldir Raider, the one we just checked. Like, but this one only gives other minions 1/1. Even if he gave himself 1/1, it wouldn't be that good. Now he's just strictly worse than he could have been, which means really bad.
Yeah. Alright, so we agree this card is bad. Next card, Pit Fighter. So we obviously have the theme of River Croc into Spider Tank, into Chillwind Yeti, into Pit Fighter, into Bolt Fist Ogre.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
how
baby.
does this match up? Like we've seen, obviously, Chillwind Yeti being pretty good in constructed in general, based on the stats. How good is 5/6 on 5 mana?
I think on 5 there's just more impactful cards. Like 5 is a very highly contested slot in a lot of decks.
Like what is played on 5 though? Where there's
As
slow
you-
tap, this card beats slow tap. There's Spellshare, this card beats Spellshare.
Oh.
Does this beat Lothep though?
Well, it doesn't, like, stat-wise it beats slow tap, it trades with him and survives. So
Sure,
that's
but
what I mean.
depends
Oh,
how
yeah.
much mana you value Lothep's effect at though. Stuff like that. It definitely, I think Belcher is going to fall off a lot this set. So I think there's going to be there's a lot more stuff that obviously contests Belcher. But I think this card won't be played for the same reason Boulder Fist Ogre won't be played, and that's that there's a lot more competitive 5-drops than there are 4-drops. Like Yeti doesn't see play now. Shredder is obviously, and Boulder Fist doesn't because Sylvanas, everything else that's good on 6 mana. But yeah, this is good in arena for sure. It's just another good common. So
Yeah, pretty decent of course. I would say it's pretty decent. Of course, it's not powerful enough to be worth playing in constructed, I suppose.
It's decent. It kind of has the same thing as like I knew everyone was like hyped when Spider Tank was coming
Yeah,
because it's a 3/4 for free, which is like really good vanilla card for all classes because everyone used to play Yeti back in the days.
Yeah.
So why want a 3/4 be bad? But then like it just wasn't as good as people were expecting. It was only good in mech decks. That was
exactly.
only, like deck that ever played it.
Nowadays we don't see Yeti either, which was the best out of this cycle of vanilla cards. We only see Yeti being played if it's a mech, basically.
Yeah. And like same reason as we don't see Boulder Fist Ogre, I'd say we're not gonna see this card either really. It's like it's good, it beats all the other 5-drops with its stats, but all the other 5-drops has some battle cry which is useful, like Loa Feb or Sword or whatever.
yeah,
It's like you don't pick a 5-drop for its just pure stats usually.
Alright then. Next card. We got the Reverse Core Hound, captured Jormungandr, and yeah, 5/9. I feel like that's better than Core Hound.
Damn right.
Is it?
totally.
Yeah.
It's also 2 more mana. Yeah, I mean this card's probably good in arena. I don't know.
In arena it's actually really good I think.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
probably
Jormungandr.
one of the best 7-drops in the games in arena.
Well, we
After
got like
Nice.
War Golem, we got
I don't.
Core
yeah, I
Hound.
mean, I'm talking about arena because this card won't be played in constructed, right? This is not a talking point.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
definitely not constructed.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Let's just ignore this. And last but not least, is it actually least? North Sea Kraken, 9/7 for 9 mana, battle cry deal 4 damage.
Really good in arena, but never gonna see playing constructed.
I don't even like that card in arena that much. Although actually, yeah, probably is good.
It's probably like the best late game neutral card you can get, I guess.
North Sea Kraken. He's got
Yep.
the beast in his sights. That's all I can think. Oh baby.
He also kills Big Hunter.
Yeah, of course, in constructed, no question about that. It's not gonna be played, but yeah, in arena it's alright, I guess. Okay. So now we got the rares, nine neutral rares. Starting off with Injured Kvaldir, and obviously we see the similarities towards Injured Blade Master. This card is going to be a priest card, if anything. Like, yeah, I don't see this card being played in any other class.
Mm-hmm. I think it's
I think. Where do you run this in priest though? Like you've got cleric and chow on turn 1.
the only thing you run this is because of card draw with circle, with cleric. So you draw an extra card.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. If you want to mill your deck quicker, draw some more cards. But yeah, Zombie Chow is more stable, I'd say, as well. Maybe it can be some like targets for Flash Heal if you want card draw early on, if you want to cycle a lot of cards, or light up the narrow target as well. But other than that, I don't see that much of a bonus compared to Zombie Chow.
Yeah, I suppose
Yeah.
so. Especially, I mean, I guess you would play both, if anything, right? If you want to build your deck, your curve a little bit more aggressive, because obviously you're going to run Zombie Chow if you like combine it with Organized Soul Priest. That's like a staple in Priest anyway. And then yeah, if you want to put Injured Quality in as well, I suppose you're just gonna play to make your curve a little bit more aggressive, and that's something that you can actually do, I would say, in a priest deck nowadays. Priest decks have been tending to be more aggressive with Death Lords and all that stuff. We've even seen Divine Spirit and Inner Fire priests be more and more popular nowadays. At least I have, and like not super popular, obviously, but more popular than they used to be. I feel like the aggressive direction that priests are taking at the moment, Injured Valdir might fit right in there, as well as some other cards that we're gonna see soon.
I'm not a priest player.
Yeah,
so-
Blackout, you don't like priests, we know that already.
yeah.
So yeah.
I wouldn't really play this over Zombie Chow yet, from my experience.
Yeah, over. I would
Maybe
never play it.
later.
I would never play it over Zombie Chow. I would play it along
Yeah.
with Zombie Chow, if anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, Argent Watchman can't attack, inspire, attack its normal turn. So basically comparable to nothing, right? It's like
this-
people say Aged Watcher, but that is a little
This
bit
card has to just be terrible, right? I don't know.
It's a
Scots.
threat. It's like you play this and your opponent can't really play any 2-drop that doesn't die. Like, but
You just ignore it.
you can ignore it, but you have to, like, let's say you coin this out, like, okay, not coin, maybe coin, I don't know, but and they play like Knife Juggler that just
Right,
dies.
so the dream is like you coin this into like rogue hero power or something.
Yeah.
What I don't like about this card is that it just doesn't have any immediate synergy with Inspire, so it's just strictly worse than all the other Inspire cards, in my opinion, at the moment.
No synergy. It can attack for 2.
No, I mean like, it's not. It doesn't have the like it's not as good as all the other Inspire cards because it doesn't do anything once it enters play with the Inspire.
Oh, yeah.
So that's my major gripe with that card. I feel like because of that fact, they should have made the card have better stats. I don't see a problem with the card being 3/4, honestly.
Yeah.
Like that would have been decent, I think. 2/4 is just too weak. So I don't like this card.
If you combine this with Ragnaros, though, it's 10 damage.
Oh, wow.
Pretty sick burst.
Oh. Kill him.
Alright then. Coliseum Manager. Inspire, return this minion to your hand, and like many people were just mind boggled, like what the hell is this supposed to do?
This card is just terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I don't want to waste my oxygen on this card.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I mean, eventually in the future, someday in 2017 or something, there's gonna be like a good bounce deck with Brewmasters and all that stuff. But right now there's not. So he's
20
just on the, like, he's benched.
In 2024, when they
maybe.
with 12 sets in.
Because like eventually there will be some like Brewmaster who's gonna be broken in the future, but it's not gonna happen yet.
Okay, next card, Fencing Coach, and obviously like this is one of the key cards in this set. Might not be powerful, but it is definitely one of the cards that Blizzard wants you to try out with the Inspire mechanic, and I guess it all depends on what kind of Inspire cards you're running. If Fencing Coach of course makes your hero power cost 2 less the next time you use it, and it's not this turn, so you can do it anytime, like with Dragon Consort basically. So you can just use it on the same turn you would play a really good Inspire minion. And is that worth playing a 3 mana 2/2 minion though?
I think this card's overcosted. Personally.
Really?
Yeah, because I think this card needed to be broken to make Inspire good. Because I don't think Inspire is very good in general. Like a lot of the Inspire mechanics aren't good. So I was waiting for like the card that made it absolutely broken. So I think this needed to be like a 2-mana card,
Yeah, I
which
actually
would be
agree with.
really broken, but it would make the Inspire mechanic playable because I don't think Inspire is good enough on its own to play.
I actually agree with you, Blackout. I feel like it could have pretty much been like Dragon Consort, because Dragon Consort has similar, like it has decent stats for the mana cost that it has. Like 5 mana, 5/5 is pretty basic, and a 3 mana Fencing Coach could have easily been a 3/3, or it could have been a 2/2 for 2 mana, like Mad Scientist is. Mad Scientist kind of provides the same value and or even better value, I would even say, than Fencing Coach. So I don't see a reason why Fencing Coach would should cost 3 mana really, or be 2/2 for 3 mana. So yeah, I agree. If it was, I would definitely play it if it was 3 mana 3/3 or 2 mana 2/2.
I think this card has potential. It could be one of those cards that people are gonna complain about a lot if there's gonna be some like kind of broken Inspire deck, which I guess there's not gonna be. It's gonna be a stable reason why it's actually really good, because I think this card actually makes Inspire decks good. I think without this card they wouldn't be that good.
I wonder,
this card is a have to in Inspire decks if they're gonna make.
How does it work when you actually replace your hero power? Like when you have the Justicar True Heart, or when you like replace your hero with Jaraxxus. I wonder how that works out.
It's one less,
I assume it just makes them cost 2.
Oh, you mean if you play this before and then replace it?
Yeah.
I think it counts as a different hero power. So no, it doesn't specify use this hero power. It just says your.
I don't know. Like I would actually have to figure it out, because sometimes that can be relevant, I suppose, right? If you use Justicar and then use the improved hero power immediately, that's pretty decent, I would say.
Decent hand block. Oppa. Just play this on turn 3 and your actions late game instant inferno.
Yeah, I mean, even with Justicar True Heart, I think that with the improved hero power, that's actually pretty decent. Because in a way, Justicar True Heart is also an Inspire minion.
Yeah. I think it's good in like control decks if you face another control, because you don't usually care about the power level on turn 3 minions. You just care about what they actually do for the late game resources in those matchups. It's kind of like if you face. Actually, I don't know how to compare this. Well, yeah, it's like one of those. If you have an Inspire deck against another control deck, you can do some nice memes with this card in late game, I think.
Okay. Next card, Lights Champion. Battlecry, silence a demon, 3 mana 4/3. Pretty decent stats. And the Battlecry obviously very niche, like a Kazan Mystic. And obviously targeted against Warlocks. So is that card worth playing if Warlock remains as popular as it is?
I don't think so.
I don't get why this card exists in the first place. It's kind of like one of those magic tricks, like destroy target, like colored creature of that type.
Yeah.
Just like counters that thing completely, but like Ooze counters like
worthless.
4 classes or 5 classes.
So it counters one. Yeah, even Kazan Mystic counters more.
Kazan counters like all those secrets, like 4 classes as well. But this just counter Void Caller. You counter Mal'Ganis.
This is only good against 2 cards in the game.
Yeah.
Like,
you can't even target Blood Imp with this one. It's like, it's just.
You can silence Mistress of Pain.
Oh yeah, I get tracked by
Demon-hearted Mistress of Pain.
The only reason this card isn't complete trash is because of the stats. 4/3/4/3 is like pretty decent, aggressive costed. Aggressive statted for its cost, but yeah, not good enough to be worth like being an auto-clued. So definitely not playing that. Okay, up next we got Saboteur, and this is like a loath-up for hero powers. So
this card's interesting, but I don't think it'll be played.
I mean, we can be sure that it will be a thing if Inspire ever becomes a thing. like
Yeah.
a mainstay thing, then the Saboteur will be.
Oh yeah,
decent, I would say.
if everything is Inspire and everyone's like playing off curve to use the hero power every turn, then this card's gonna be sick. But
Yeah,
like,
just you basically apply it like Lothab and put it on the board when you expect like a really good Inspire trigger.
Yeah, it's a tech card like Ooze
Yes.
and Kazan and Mind Control Tech and all those. It just fits into that free mana tech card spot. So it's gonna be used if there's too many Inspired decks around. But other than that, it's never gonna play.
Yeah, I don't really like that card that too much, but yeah, I suppose it has its place. Okay, up next, Armored Warhorse. This is another Joust card. Reveal a minion in each deck. If yours costs more, gain charge. And 5/3 for 4 mana with charge. That's actually pretty cool, don't you think?
It is, which never gonna happen.
Yeah, the thing is in this deck, if you're playing a card where you want a 4 mana 5/3 charge, then it not getting charged is a bigger deal than you're playing it in a deck where like it doesn't matter if you get charged. Because if you're playing it in a deck where you want the charge, if it doesn't get charged, it's like a huge deal, right?
Yeah.
So you miss the damage. Whereas if you're playing this in like something else, it's just kind of like, and the charge doesn't matter, then there's just better cards. So
yeah,
I feel
exactly.
like that's
like you want the charge. You want the charge really a lot in aggressive decks, and obviously aggressive decks are lower curved, so
Yeah.
you're never gonna get the charge off. And in control decks, it would be like the charge is not relevant because you don't go for face aggressively that much, and it's then more of a removal, basically.
I think this
four,
is a
four
good.
mana, 5 damage, like fireball, basically.
This is a good card from Ram Wrangler. Though.
Oh
That's what
yeah.
I'll point out.
Well, although, you don't get charged though.
It's above
if
average
it comes
though.
from the Ram Wrangler.
It's above average stats.
We can't forget that it's actually a beast card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in like Hybrid Hunter or something like that, potentially, I don't know, because
I think
5 damage is pretty good in like all Hunter deck.
Snapjaw might just be better.
I honestly feel like when we're gonna talk about 100 cards as well, I feel like mid-range Hunter might actually make a comeback, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
And Armored Warhorse, yeah, you're right, Darkonix. It might actually fit in this deck somehow if you like want to play it over Piloted Shredder, for example. That could be viable. Who knows? Okay, next card, Master Jouster. Once again, we're jousting, and then if you win the joust, taunt and Divine Shield. So a bigger Sunwalker, basically. So bigger, like yeah. As we said before, you got that like not always guaranteed chance, and then like just to get basically +1/+1 compared to a Sunwalker.
Yeah, this card is on the cusp of being playable, I think, but I think it's just not quite there because there's just so many better cards on 6.
I don't know. Is it even better than the Sunwalker? That is my question.
No, it isn't.
I think it is. The reason why, because if you want Sunwalker in your deck, it is to counter aggro.
Yeah.
And you're gonna win the Jaws most of the times against aggro with this card.
Yeah.
So it's better against aggro. And against control decks, you don't really care about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but I
like
think
taunt you don't care about. Like Divine Shield is good, but 5/6 is pretty good against control decks.
Yeah, I actually agree with that.
You don't play Sunwalker against control decks anyway. So like if you want to counter aggro, then this is just better than Sunwalker, I think.
I actually agree with the sentiment. This is a very good point, and yeah.
I feel like you just want the reliable taunt, though, right? If you're playing someone like if you don't get taunt with this against aggro, it's a huge deal.
Well, but you will get taunt against aggro.
Yeah, you will. Like they're gonna get the 1/2 drop, like almost every case. And if you're unlucky, you get some with Chow or something. But since it's minions, most control decks on your sheep spells are usually like spells. So you don't really have that many sheep minions in control decks, what I know. So you're mostly gonna get your expensive guys.
I think, and yeah, I think it's on the verge of being playable, but I think six drops too highly contested for it to be played, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's also like a tech card, I'd say, against aggro. Maybe Ramp Druid, I don't know.
Yeah, and Ramp Druids might be pretty decent, I suppose. Okay, Mogre's Champion. I think this card sucks. What do you guys think?
God sucks.
It's fucking hilarious. He's riding
Us.
a dinosaur. I can't even see. What is that? A lizard?
Thunder Lizard, I think.
Yeah, it has to be a thunder lizard. And he has the biggest shield I've ever seen.
Yeah, I don't know. Definitely don't like the card. The artwork is pretty sweet though. Okay,
Yeah.
let's skip this. Neutral epics, 9 cards as well. We got Garrison Commander. You can use your hero power twice on your turn. And which class would you like this most in? Because it's obviously a pretty good effect.
All the Inspire decks. I kind of think this is a really good 2-drop in Inspire decks because it's a 2/3 for 2. Which
Yeah,
is
of course. I mean, it's like screams. Put me in your Inspire deck, but like, which class it does benefit from it the most? Like, if you don't count Inspire.
Paladin, of course, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Paladin
has
or.
Paladin has the strongest hero power.
I was thinking about Warlock if you go for some control thing, but
I mean, in Hunter, like this.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about Hunter.
Oh yeah, Hunter. Yeah, that's
Like,
actually
4 damage for 4 mana.
Hunter obviously benefits from it, but then you'd have to play this card as one of your 30 cards in Hunter. I don't think you want to.
And since the other 2-drop Sniper is not being played,
Yeah,
I don't see this card being much better than the Sniper.
Yeah, Mad Scientist is too good to cut.
It is a different use though. Like, it is a different use than the Sniper.
It has.
Because you maximize the hero power to the face, obviously.
The thing is, what do you cut? Because you can't cut Creeper. I think Creeper's too good in Hunter decks. Like,
it's about like Owl or something.
Scientist is too good, yeah. And then I think Silence is probably going to get a lot better because there's a lot of.
So I suppose we can agree on that this card is not a fit for aggressive decks, and therefore you would rather play it in more control-based decks. And then obviously like Paladin comes to mind, and I don't know, maybe I don't even know. Maybe what about Shaman? How about Shaman?
That's actually interesting. Huh.
I kind of like it in Shaman, maybe. Well, especially like when the Totemic Might decks come to fruition.
Yeah, it's really expensive though if you want to play 6 man or something for like double totem, but oh yeah, I don't know. I say Hunter to be honest, or Paladin, but in every Inspire deck in general, this is gonna be a stable card.
All right. So okay, next card.
I don't think it'll be played.
Yeah, I will test it out a little bit, but we'll see. So next card, a Master of Ceremonies, another Spell Damage Matters card. 4/2, 3 mana, so Jungle Panther without stealth. But if you have a minion with spell damage, then it gains +2/+2, and it becomes a 6/4.
This card has to be terrible.
Yeah, you need to once again play those situational spell damage cards, and so it's like double. It's like double situational, and like it's just not good at all.
I mean, in the Mage spell power deck, but that's the only thing that I see is ever playable.
I mean, even if you get the buff, right, then 4 health is just easy to deal with. If it was like the other way around, if it was a 4/6, it would be much harder to deal with. I would actually prefer that.
It's kind of like a Volcanic Drake in a way. I feel like it's a 6/4 for a pretty cheap mana cost if you get it, but it also dies very easily.
Yeah. Blackout, any thoughts on that? Bad, right?
On Master Ceremonies,
yeah
I think that card just flat out sucks in every
I
scenario.
don't like it either. Okay. Next card, crowd favorite, 4 mana, 4/4. When you play a card with Battlecry, gain +1/+1. And yeah, obviously, like, just thinking about how many Battlecries do you even have in your deck?
I think this card's worse than Piloted Shredder.
Damn right about that one. This is a worse card than like Questing Adventure almost.
Yeah, I mean, Blizzard just didn't want to put the power creep over the top with like making it a 4/5, for example. Like, so they had to make it a 4/4, and then the effect unfortunately is not good enough. Maybe if it was like a bigger buff, like for example +1/+2 or +2/+2 even, then this would have been pretty good.
I mean, it has potential in the future, like
Undertaker.
as we said, like 2024 or something, when like those bouncing decks are gonna be good, and then Battle Cry is gonna be good because all those cards are gonna have Battle Cry, and this card might go nuts. But no, not right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably try this out if it was +2/+2 instead of +1/+1. But then again, it might have been too broken.
Yeah, then it would have been. Yeah, it could have been too broken, to be honest.
Yeah. But yeah, as it is, I will probably not try this card out. It's the effect is too insignificant, and the stats are not good enough for a 4-mana card.
Yep.
Okay, speaking of questionable stats for 4 mana, we got a Twilight Guardian, so it's a 2/6 for 4 mana, but if you hold the dragon, it gains +1 attack and taunt. So it's either a like slightly better Sender Shieldmaster or a worse Snapjaw.
It's a Tazdingo that's sometimes slightly better than a Tazdingo.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even have to taunt all the time, so
I mean,
I feel like obviously like the key factor here is dragon, and this is one of those cards that dragon decks, like dedicated dragon decks, actually needed the most, because you need those low curve dragons that just first of all give you more dragons in your deck, because you obviously cannot just put a bunch of 9-mana dragons into your deck. That's why dragon decks didn't work in the first place when Blackrock Mountain came out. Yeah, so first of all, you will definitely get this effect more than in the past, because you will have more dragons in your deck. And
yes.
I don't know. But I still feel like, I don't know. It's probably a decent card, I would say, but it just looks so bad. I don't know. Something bugs me about this.
I think it's one of the best dragon cards in dragon decks in the game right now, compared to Blackrock Corruption. Like, it's a 3/6 taunt for 4. It's a dragon, and it's bonus for other dragons. So it's the first card that actually like has the double effect of being a dragon and get buffs from other dragons.
Well, there was one before. There was like the Twilight Whelp, but we don't count that.
Yeah. And it's just the card that dragons needed as well, because they either had Twilight Drake or this. Like Twilight Drake made you kind of have to put dragon in a really card drawing kind of type, like Arcane Intellect, and you had to have those kind of like other cards to put Twilight deck in there. And now we have an option for making Dragon's deck a bit more mid-range than just pure control, because the power levels are pretty good still on most dragons, and if you have like Blackwing Corruptor and stuff like that, it could be pretty good in mid-range decks.
The issue I see is, like, for this card to be good, dragon decks have to be good, and I'm not convinced how good dragon decks will be.
I mean, they will just get progressively better and better in the future. The more dragons you can jam into your deck, the better those cards, like when you're holding a dragon, will be. And I mean, in that case, this card will be very good, because the more often you get this 3/6 with taunt, the better it's just gonna be, because it's just gonna be a Fen Creeper with for 1 mana less, which is obviously pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, so up next we got Recruiter. Inspire, add a Squire to your hand. It's a booty whip bodyguard with, I don't know, like
sucks.
It's because if you don't know, like the Squire costs 1 mana.
Does it though? Do we know that for sure?
Yeah, like you get the Squire from the Sliverhand Knight, basically.
This card's worse than Silverhand Knight.
It's really good in arena. That's all. But, yeah, it's really bad in constructed, but it's really good in arena.
I don't even know why this card is an epic, honestly. It just seems
because you don't want to get too many of these in arena. That's the only reason.
Just so when you
imagine if it was common, like 5 of those. That'd be pretty good, actually.
Because when you straight away disenchant it, you get more dust. Blizzard are being nice.
It's just a dust factor, I guess. Okay, so so let's just skip to the next card, Kodo Rider, a card that I personally was pretty excited about. Inspire, summon a 3/5 Kodo, and this is like one of those powerful Inspire effects that we mentioned might make Fencing Master playable. But yeah, obviously Fencing Master is not good enough stats-wise, so I don't really would want to play this card. But on its own, like Coder Rider, obviously you're gonna not. I mean, obviously you want
This
to play
card's
it.
so slow.
It is really, really slow. I agree, but like the Inspire effect just seems to be so powerful. If you get it off more than once, then it's really, really strong. I feel like you can, honestly, like you can compare it to.
This is effectively an 8-drop, right?
Yeah, it is an 8-drop. And my first comparison basically was Cairn, because you get like a 3/5 and another 3/5 immediately. So like
If
the
it was
3/5s in
summon,
one.
if it was Inspire, oh no, never mind. It should be Inspire, summon another Coder Rider.
Yeah, that would be like the new. I was
So
thinking
then when
about
you
that
inspire,
first.
Oh my god! If that actually that
Then
was
I got
that.
patron syndrome.
Yeah, that would have been just way too sick, I think. Especially once you have like this card where you can use your hero power twice per turn or whatever.
Stampede. But I think this card, like the only class that I see this playable in is probably Shaman, because you can hide it behind a lot of 1/3 taunted up totems, and it's hard to kill. That's the only thing I see it is. Like in a class where you actually want to spam your hero power a lot as possible. Warrior I was thinking about at first as well, but it's too easy to kill in Warrior because you usually have a naked board. You like play this hero power. In Shaman though, you have usually like 4 minions with like some taunt, so you can protect this pretty easily in Shaman decks. So it's the only deck that I can see this playable.
I just can't see the meta slowing down enough for this to ever be good.
I kind of agree. I think. I mean, I will give it a try at somehow, some way, but it's probably going to be too slow. I agree.
Yep.
Just like Karen is just too slow as well most of the time, and Karen is just kind of better, I would say, even still.
Yeah.
So yeah, Coder Rider. As much as I love this Inspire effect, it might not be good enough. Although it's like one of the more powerful Inspire effects, of course. Okay, next card. Grand Crusader. Battlecry, put a random Paladin card to your hand. Okay, Blackout. Like, when you think of random Paladin card, which card comes to mind first?
True Silver Champion for me.
Repentance.
Yeah, I was like thinking, like I was obviously like always thinking about the worst case scenario and then the best case scenario. So like the first thing was like one of those many shitty 1-mana spells.
Yeah, people don't realize how many shitty 1-mana.
So the worst is like hand of protection, right?
It's gotta be Repentance, I think.
If you go into Paladin selection screen and you just like scroll through the 2 first pages, because there's actually nothing there you want.
Yeah.
Maybe a Shielded Minibot, but everything else is just pure bullshit.
I think isn't Shielded Minibot even on like the 3rd page?
I don't know.
This is a card I did the math on, and it's terrible. Yeah.
Obviously, like there's this dream scenario where you get Lay on Hands or Tyrion or whatnot, and
or Guardian of Kings.
It's like,
so the good cards are like True Silver Consecrate, Blessing of Kings, Guardian of Kings, Tyrion, Lay on Hands.
So basically, like here's also one thing. In Paladin, you don't want to play this because obviously you can choose what kind of Paladin cards you want in your deck, and you will obviously not want to get shitty ones, and like this can give you shitty ones, and you can just put better ones in your deck, and you will draw them eventually. So you don't really need Grand Crusader for that. So basically, Grand Crusader you want it in maybe decks that don't run Paladin cards, and is that even good? Like in any other class, I don't imagine. I don't know.
No, like I would rather have draw a card than add a random Paladin
probably,
card
right?
to your hand. So like 6 mana for a 5/5 draw a card would even be better than this.
Yeah.
The only bonus you get is that you actually don't draw a card, you get a bonus card in your hand, which is maybe good in control matchups. But I don't think it's good enough.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Like the cards that you will have in your deck will just be better in general than whatever you can draw out of this. So yeah.
Yeah.
This card might be good for some RNG moments in Arena at some point, but not really constructed, unfortunately. As much as cool as this card is, it's not gonna be good. Okay, next card. Sideshow Spell Eater. Battlecry, copy your opponent's hero power. I still don't quite understand how this card works. Does it just like
It just gives you that hero
It just
power.
gives, like, so for example, it's like Battle Cry, Steady Shot, or Battle Cry, Lesser Heal, or what?
So no, so it's like it replaces your hero power.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think
It's like
so
the counter to Jeraxus or something.
So you
like
would
that.
you would get life tap.
Yeah.
But I think this card has to suck because you don't want to replace your hero power.
yeah, like what's the point? I mean, why do you play your hero power in the first place? Am I right?
Yeah.
So I suppose, yeah, this card is to counter Jeraxus or Major Domo Executus or whatnot. I don't know.
It's one of those futuristic tech cards in case they add more new hero powers to the game. Like,
Yeah.
it could counter like the guy
Just
that
I
buffs
mean,
hero powers.
yeah, exactly. It counters just to cut true hard. It's like a better
Exactly,
just to cut true hard.
But I'm not even sure if it counters it because still your deck is based around your hero power normally.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to have like gain 4 armor in an aggro mage deck or whatever. Like it doesn't give any synergy.
Someone in chat says it only replaces basic hero powers.
Only when it's even worse.
Yeah, then in that case it's like completely sucks.
Yeah, it's completely garbage one. I'm not sure it's only basic hero powers though. I don't know. Maybe if you have like some Blizzard confirmation.
We will see. We will see. Anyway,
Yeah.
but as the
Actually,
card,
I don't
even
think
with
we
all
will
the potential,
see.
yeah, I
I
mean,
don't think I'm ever gonna face this card.
exactly. Like even with all the potential that this card might have, it's still gonna be pretty bad. I think.
Yeah.
If it had like Boulder Fist Ogre stats, I would maybe try it. Whatever. Yeah. Frost Giant, another card that I'm pretty unexcited about because how often are you really going to use your hero power per game? Honestly.
I think this card's trash.
Yeah, exactly.
It's pretty bad. Like I don't
I
know.
remember the game, like the devs were playing or something on the live stream, and I think it was like turn 7 and Frost Giant was still 10 mana. I was like, yeah, this is why that card sucks.
Maybe like in control mirror matchups, but other than that, I don't know any like matchup at all.
Yeah, Frost Giant compared to all the other giants, just straight up bad.
Yeah, it's like in Shaman, you rather have Sea Giant than this one because Sea Giant is gonna be cheaper if you spam your hero power a lot. Paladin same, I guess, unless they kill all the 1/1s.
Okay.
I don't know, like you're not gonna use hero power.
Alright, guys. Alright, are you ready? We're now moving on to the juicy stuff. Legendary time. So yeah, right off the bat we got Dark Bane and Light Bane. Let's just talk about both at the same time. So
Rip Spider Tank.
yeah, never forget Spider Tank.
Still a mech.
Yeah, right. You cannot play this really in mech decks. I mean, this is obviously like you cannot play this in a whole bunch of decks because it's just really a niche ability. Whenever you target this minion with a spell. So first of all, we had this kind of effect before in Blackrock Mountain with a dragon that when you target it gets buffed, and that obviously like wasn't a significant ability, so nobody plays it. Those abilities are kind of significant, I suppose. Divine Shield is more powerful, I guess, than +1/+1, and 3 damage to a random enemy is even more powerful than that. But yeah, what kind of deck do you play this in? Obviously, like the first thing that comes to mind is Priest, right? But then again, are those even effects that you would want?
The more I think about it, actually, you said rip mech decks with this one, but it's actually pretty good in mech decks because of all the spare parts.
This card is the 3 damage one. Is sick in Flame Waker Mage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But even like in mech decks with like spare parts,
I guess, right? Yeah.
I feel it can be, but it contests a free drop. That's the only thing. What you gonna replace?
I think the 3 damage one's good in Flame Waker Mage. It might.
But only like you can only target with spare parts though.
Yeah.
So you don't.
Yeah, I think you just play Mech Yeti and Clockwork Gnomes, and kind of change. But I don't. I'm not sure how much they'll be played. I need to test this one out. This card isn't horrible though, obviously, but I'm not sure if it'll be playable.
I mean, it feels like a good card in Priest. And
it's crazy because this card's effect is so strong, but it might not be playable.
Yeah, and as well we once again have the problem with random enemies. So if you hit like the same problem as Flame Juggler had before, we talked about before. Sometimes you just hit your enemy, and like in a priest deck, that's the least thing you want to do.
Yeah.
I feel like this card is going to be played in it's going to be a stable card in priest decks for sure. I think because it's a Dark Cultist. I think it's better than Dark Cultist in general.
Yeah, in a priest deck for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thing is,
Flamebreaker as well. Yeah, it's going to be a stable card there.
A lot of decks don't even run Dark Cultist at the minute. Like, you don't really even have room. Like Blade Master, Death Lord. Like, where do you find room for this card in priest?
Oh, you just cut the Death Lord, I suppose. I don't know.
I would find room for this over a lot of things, I think, in priest.
Yeah, as I said, like with the more aggressive direction that priests are taking, this might actually be a really good fit. Then you don't even mind going for face with this sometimes.
Yeah. I don't think the Divine Shield one will be played in anything. I think the Divine Shield one is a lot worse.
It's definitely worse, but it is definitely not.
It's not a bad card, but I don't think it's playable just because of power creep. But
yeah, you can do more fun stuff with Aegis Darkbane, that's for sure. Okay, so let's talk about Gormok the Impaler. Battlecry, if you have at least 4 other minions, deal 4 damage. So obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is like aggressive decks, Paladin and Zoo, first and foremost, right?
this card sucks, I think.
You think so?
Yeah, I think this card sucks.
I think this card is actually pretty decent, pretty powerful. I would definitely play it in Paladin and in Zoo, for sure.
I'm torn about this card. Well, it's like 4/4 for 4 is. I don't know if it's even good in an aggro deck, but the effect is really good. But it's 4 other minions, which is a lot. So you have to be lucky with your implosions if you want to play it in Zoo, I guess.
You can build your deck around it. Like you can put creepers in and all that stuff.
How often are you gonna lose though? If you have at least 4 minions and they haven't cleared
Well,
them.
I mean, often when you have 4 minions on the board in like an early stage of the game, all those 4 minions suck usually. It's only be like 1/1s and 0/2s or whatever. And then if you play like, if you need something that just gives you an extra punch, and Gormok is just the card that does it. Just puts you over the top. Like it seals the deal when it comes to aggression, minion-based aggression that is. So it's actually a really good fit in both Aggro Paladin and Zoo, I would say. I will definitely play this card.
Synergizes somehow with like Violet Teacher as well, but it just seems really slow with Violet Teacher. Like, I don't know if it's one of those like either really good or really really bad cards. It's good when it happens, but in most of the cases it's gonna be bad. I think it's gonna be dead in your hand in like 70% of the games.
I wouldn't say 70%. You have to like consider it you're not gonna play it on turn 4 most of the time. It's just, as I said, it's like the curve topper. It's like you curve out, you put all your shit on the board, and then you play this just to seal the deal, like to punch through a taunt or just deal the final damage or whatever.
Yeah. But usually when you come to
when you play
final damage,
for example, you play Arcane Golem. You play Arcane Golem in Paladin. Why not just play that card, for example? I mean, of course, yeah, sure. If you don't have a board, then Arcane Golem is better. But yeah, it's. I guess it's a little. Of course, it is situational, and that's the drawback of the card. Obviously, the card would have just been way too busted. But a 4/4 mana is not terrible, at least. And if you get a Battlecry off, it's just going to be insane.
Yeah.
I like the card, and I'm definitely going to try it out. If it sucks, then I'm just going to throw it out again. But I think it's going to be okay, at least in Paladin and in Zoo.
Yeah, I like it as well.
Okay, so up next is Champion Sarat, and this is also a card that I was really excited about when I first saw it. Obviously, a lot of cool scenarios can happen, but of course, you can also get a lot of bad cards. For everyone who doesn't know how you can evaluate this card, if you've played the Nefarian versus Ragnaros Tavern Brawl, then you use the Nefarian hero power a lot, then you might guess how good this card can actually get. Like we will see what the average random spell will be, and I don't know. It's
Can't wait to get Hand of Protection.
yeah, it's even Hand of Protection can be decent, I suppose.
Can it?
Yeah.
Nah, I think this is a card I think you need to do the maths on. It strikes me immediately as not being good, but I think you have to do the maths on it.
Yeah, it seems.
I think
a little bit
Inspire is a
overwhelming.
big drawback. I think the card doesn't have good stats.
Could have been 4/6, I
Either.
suppose.
Yeah, I think it's understated, like just randomly understated. I think Inspire is a weak mechanic in general, but I think I would need to do the maths on the spells in the game and see that I'm like the mean spell, because like
Hmm.
on like a tier list, because I think there's some spells you can get which would be like backbreakingly good. Like, yeah, I can't like Flame Strike sometimes, like Rogue or something or whatever. Like
Flame Strike. Nobody's sickest.
Pyroblast, just randomly in like any deck. But yeah, I think this is a card you need to do the maths on for sure.
All right then. Up next, Wolfram Shield, 6 mana, 3/9, and the fact I kind of like it, but in the end it's pretty bad. Because
Yeah,
against minion-based decks, it's just an Ice Barrier for 6 mana, or Healing Touch for 6 mana. So, nah, I'll pass, I guess.
This card sucks, I think, yeah. I don't want to play a 6 mana 3/9. I don't know.
Not really.
And plus,
nah.
as well, you can hit face with the minion, and your minion doesn't take damage, and then it does damage to this. So you can trade into this without actually.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's like
It's just
it
Ice
makes it
Barrier.
an Ice Barrier, effectively,
Yeah,
because the minion just dies. Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
it's pretty
So I
shitty.
actually like the card that cards like this actually exist, because you can buff it and stuff like that. The
Ye-
priest, like Divine Shield is one if you don't have a silence, it's pretty fun actually.
I mean, you know what
But-
I would really like on this card? Taunt. Because it would be like
Yeah.
actually pretty good because of
Be like
your
spell
opponent.
taunt.
Your opponent would just not be able to. Exactly, like
Oh.
because it has taunt, your opponent would not be able to like kill it immediately with minions, without losing his own minions, right? And it also protects you from spells, which is like the main reason you even want to play it. You don't want to get burned out by shit like Kill Command with this card, or Steady Shot. So that's why you actually play this card, I would say.
You could
Yeah.
also like consider this as a removal life gain thing. Like let's compare it to what's his name? Siphon Soul. For say control X handlock whatever. If you face an aggro deck, you can kill a minion and gain 3 life, or you can kill a minion and gain 9 life with this card instead. Maybe not 9 exactly, but like 7 or something like that. Like it can work in a way. It's hard to explain exactly how good this card is, but I actually like that it exists. As I said, like it's a kind of removal gain health thing. If it
Oh.
doesn't die instantly, you can kill some minions with it.
The chat actually brought up a good point too. It's like an OTK prevention. Like for example, you're about to get attacked by fraudings with a million attack, and it just prevents this attack basically.
But Taunt does that as well.
Well, yes and no. Like it has to be a big taunt,
Yeah.
because usually like the taunt just dies to all the whirlwind effects and the ghoul and whatnot. But yeah, it doesn't matter. I think this card is pretty bad. I would not play it. Not recommend it. Just run healing over it. Way better. Like Healbot is gonna be better than this card.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So like here's the famous Justica Trueheart. Battlecry, replace your starting hero power with a better one. And yeah, so we're probably all familiar with the new hero powers, right? It's
Yeah.
basically double on everything Except for Hunter, it just has like 3 instead of 2. And on Shaman, you
Yeah.
don't get 2 totems, you get the totem of your choice. But besides that, every hero power is double the value.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I don't think this card's very good because, right? So, it takes it depends on the meta shift, right? So I'm looking at the meta as it is. Like, obviously, can't predict. Even if unless it shifts to hard control, like it takes so many turns for you to get the value out of it. So like even so, you need 3 turns of the upgraded hero power for this card to be better than Shield Maiden and Warrior, which I think is the card you would replace with this. And like in Warlock, I actually think that a lot of the time, like in Warlock, I don't think the health is that much of a drawback. I don't think the 2/2 weapon in Rogue is that big of a deal anyway, and like you just don't want to play a 6/3 in Rogue. In Paladin, it might be nice. Like Control Paladin 2/1/1s is fine. In Priest, I don't think you can fit this anywhere. Same with Shaman. Same with Mage. Hunter definitely not. I don't think. And then that leaves Druid, and I think this card's 2 weeks started for Druid. So that's why I don't think this card's. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I think unless the meta shifts extremely to control, this card won't be very good.
I actually think it's pretty good in control decks. And control decks, obviously, Priest, Warrior, and
Priest, Warrior, Paladin,
yeah,
and
Paladin as well. Warlock, not necessarily
Mage.
Warlock. Warlock, you
Mage
don't
as
really.
well.
It's not really relevant. But yeah, Mage. Yeah, and Mage, it's definitely pretty strong as well. I suppose you can play it in those decks, and in Shaman, it might even be okay-ish if you like, because it seems
I feel like it's the
bad.
worst.
It seems bad, but like
Late game, this is really good in
yeah,
Shaman.
yeah, exactly.
'Cause you
Like
can win fatigue battles by just taunt toteming like 10 times in a row. The D2, as they call it.
yeah, I mean in Shaman, it seems like the Shaman that one seems the most underwhelming because you don't double up, but you can control it actually, which is sometimes even better. And yeah, I think that exactly the longer the game goes, the more you get value out of the hero power, and I feel like especially for decks like Control Warrior and Control Priest, this is going to be really, really impactful because you basically win every fatigue war, and yeah, with it gives Priest also a tool to survive freeze, Mage Burst, and all that. I don't know, like it just gives Priest way better healing. The healing from Priest always seemed so underwhelming, and this just makes Priest healing so much better as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it because it's kind of like an Emperor forcing when you don't have a lot of cards in your hand. Just like provides a lot of value in coming turns.
Yeah, I kind of like it for sure, and I will obviously give it a try. But of course, yeah, the big downside is the 3 health. But of course, you don't play it for the stats; you play it for the hero powers. And if you're lucky, it trades with something big. So
I feel like
that
6/3 is like 6/3 feels like very like odd stats. Like Blizzard haven't like I feel like this
yeah, it
must
just
have
dies
been,
to any
like,
removal. But sometimes you're lucky and you can kill a big minion with it.
I feel like this must have been a card that Blizzard tested and it was too strong at normal stats, so they destarted it.
Mm-hmm.
Because like 6/3 is like a very specific stat. Like I could be completely wrong, but like
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right.
Such a weird starting for a
Yeah,
6
you're absolutely right. Like you will get additional value through the hero power at some point. Like the longer the game goes, the more this wins you the game, and therefore you cannot like make this card over the top with regular stats. This just has to have some sort of drawback, otherwise it's just way too good.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to the next card. Skeleton Knight, Joust. Death Rattle, Joust on Death Rattle. So if you win the Joust, you return this to your hand.
This
Yeah.
card is lovely.
I've got the beast in my sights.
Well, and then you get it back.
I don't think a 6-mana 7/4 is ever going in my deck, no matter how
No.
many times I get it.
This card is so shit that I'm actually gonna play. It's the
Just to
perfect
troll.
card for me. It replaces the
Yeah,
Mogul.
exactly. I know you're famous for your big Druid with Gruul and all that. all the legendaries that no one wants to play, you play him.
Did I face you with my Mogul? Like, had a best
Jesus
effect ever.
Christ. I remember when Strife Crow was playing that card in Handlock, and everyone was like, wow, what a genius. And then everyone just realised it was just horrible. Like,
Yeah, I think Skeleton Knight is not going to be worth it. Like, why would you even want to get a 7/4 back to your hand? It's just gonna like be completely insignificant and just die again.
Yeah, it has the like Malorn cancer over it that like you win the fatigue war, but
Yeah, you don't want to.
no one has ever done that yet, what I know.
Yeah, no one has ever done it in the history of Hearthstone. And yeah, Skeleton Knight is just you don't want to invest so much mana into such a bad card. No matter how often you get it back, can get it back. Even if it like was a guaranteed death rattle, I wouldn't play it.
Yeah.
Okay, up next we got Chillmaw, and this is a pretty sweet death rattle right there compared to the Skeleton Knight. If you're holding a dragon, deal 3 damage to all minions, including your own, unfortunately. But it's a cool board wipe, and it has taunt, so that's also pretty sweet. Obviously, like the first thing that comes to mind is you counter Patron with this.
Yeah.
But then again, you don't really counter Patron because you can just execute it and then you go for the combo. So it just delays the Patron turn.
I think this card would be good if it was a battle cry.
But that doesn't count the Patron.
Yeah, exactly. If it's battle cry, you don't protect yourself. So like Blizzard basically wanted this to protect yourself from the combo turn.
Yeah, I don't think it's very good, honestly.
I think it's actually pretty interesting in dragon decks. That is because none of your minion dies. Like there are no dragons that have free health, only what I know. So they all live. So that's like the only reason you play this in a dragon deck, because you actually need a taunt as well. Because dragon decks are really slow, so health are valuable.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to think of this card. In like a really, really slow control deck, it might be decent, but yeah, once your minions start dying to this death rattle, it's just a bigger version of Abomination. So
yeah.
Because I mean, it is actually what it is, right? Like,
and you have to be holding the dragon, remember?
Oh yeah, totally. That's also the thing.
Right.
But also one of the reasons why you don't play Bomb is because it deals 2 damage to your face as well. Like it's supposed to be good against those aggro decks, which kill all the minions, but it also kills you quicker.
Yeah, okay. I mean, this one doesn't deal damage to face, but whatever.
Well, A-Bomb also just doesn't even like Haunted Creeper, Egg, stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of decks now that play like sticky stuff.
Yeah.
So like whirlwind effects just aren't that great in general.
All right then. Moving on to the next legendary, Sky Captain Crag.
Do we have to talk about this card?
We can.
I mean, with all the new pirates that has been revealed, it's more viable, but I don't know.
It's just costs too much still, even though it costs less for each friendly pirate. Like, doesn't matter. 4 attack. In order for this to make the stats worth it, it would have to be. You would have to have at least. You would have to have 2 pirates on the board.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well. Like 5 mana, 4/6 charge.
That's alright.
Do you wanna play a 5 mana 4 damage charge though?
5 mana 4/6 charge. It's all about the stats. Like
but do you care about the health?
Yeah, of course.
Like for trading, basically.
Yeah.
I don't think pirate decks are like all out face anymore because they have a lot of pretty big valuable cards now.
Yeah.
I'm not a big pirate player, honestly, but yeah, I don't know.
It remains to be seen. Like if there's gonna be pirate deck, and obviously it's gonna be pirate rogue, we will have to see how many pirates do you have on the board on average, and then
Yeah.
If you have two pirates on average on your board, then this card is playable. If it's three pirates, then the card is pretty busted. But
I'd rather
then,
play Leroy. Going
yeah,
ham.
if you have only one pirate on the board, then the card is absolute garbage, and you shouldn't play it. So you just have to figure out how many pirates you can stick on your board on average to make this card worth it, to determine whether this card is worth playing or not. But in my opinion, it's just bad.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ice Howl, next legendary, obviously. Ice Howl. Speaking of bad legendaries, 9 mana, 10/10 charge, can't attack heroes. What's the point?
I've got the beast in my sights.
I don't even think you do, because it's gonna trade something.
Doesn't matter.
It's like, I don't know, it's one of those cards you're just gonna say what the fuck when they play it.
Why does
It's
this
like you
card
see it
exist?
popping. I wanna see the animation of this card actually when it plays.
There's
It has
gonna
to
be a
like,
trolling. There's gonna be a trolling clip of someone silencing this and silencing the charge off and then conceding, right?
Oh yeah.
That's gonna be all I want to see of Ice Howl played ever.
Alright, I mean, Ice Howl is not gonna see play. We can agree on that, right?
Yeah.
In arena is good.
Okay. Wait a sec. Before we move on, I have to get some water. I'm gonna get something to drink because my throat is drying out. Be right back.
Yeah, same much. I guess I should take this opportunity.
I'm gonna be the one keeping this stream entertaining. Meanwhile then. So yeah. I hope Ice Owl animation is gonna be like better than King Crush in a way. Because King Crush is it's one of the coolest animation in Hearthstone right now, in my opinion. And I also wanna see how this golden card looks like, because that would be pretty badass. Whoop. Badass. But yeah, it's pretty bad. Other than that. Dance, please.
Alright, I'm
Bitch,
back,
please.
boys.
Yeah, dance. Can twerk. That's not allowed on stream.
What? Did I miss Dark Onyx twerking?
They want me to twerk.
Okay, boys. Let's move on. We only have the class cards left, so we're already on the final stretch here. 9 cards per class, as we all know. How many cards is it? Like 3 commons, 3 rares, 2 epics, and a legendary per class, right? Except for Hunter. Hunter obviously had to have 1 card more. Hunter has 2 legendaries. So, Druid. Let's start off with Living Roots right here. 1 mana, choose 1, deal 2 damage, or summon 2 1/1 saplings. I, for one, am pretty excited about this card, and it's definitely going to be a very, very strong card in Druid, I would say.
Yeah, I would get it if it was deal 2 damage to minion, but now it's just 2 damage, so it's straight better than like Arcane Shot and Holy Smite and all that shit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you cannot compare it to other class cards, like cards from other classes.
Right,
yeah, of course.
But yeah,
Talk about
I'm still
Living
surprised
Roots.
that it, like, usually Druid cards, when they have, especially when they have like choose 1 effect, it's vanilla of both effects. It's like,
I think Living Roots is really good.
yeah, Living
Yeah,
Roots
Token
is
exactly.
Druid.
pretty amazing.
This is just better than vanilla effects.
Not
That's what makes it really
not
good.
not even in token Druid. Like you can put this pretty much any kind of Druid, I would say.
I think in Token it's insane though. 2 1/1s with power.
Yeah, definitely. I think this card is amazing.
It's really good, yeah. Especially like there might be some new token Druid incoming with Pilot Teacher. That's true because of this card, and like just 1/1s are really good in general in Druid because of Savage Roar. So yeah.
Alright then. Next card, Druid of the Saber. Choose 1, transform to gain charge, or +1/+1 in stealth.
I think this card's good, but not good enough to be playable.
Yeah, I mean, if Face Druid is ever a thing in this
Oh yeah,
Druid.
this will be played in a face Druid deck for sure. It's also a
this-
beast straight. So
Yeah, it's a beast. That was my consideration as well.
Oh yeah,
because
Beast Druid.
it could be
That's
played
right.
in a beast druid because it has stealth. It can live when it's a beast.
Druid
Either
of the
this
Sage.
one or Haunted Creeper. Beast druid.
yeah.
Yeah, card definitely has potential. I mean, the stats are not bad. You get like a Murloc Charger for the first effect, and for the second one you get like a smaller Jungle Panther. It's pretty good. Okay, up next, Darnassus Aspirant, White Growth on a stick until it dies.
That stick though.
This card's good.
I would say
Yep,
so too,
it's
right?
really good. It's actually
This card-
really good.
This card is definitely good.
I mean, I used to run Token Druid without White Growth.
I think you just play this and took.
Yeah, it's just that's a good fit. Like I used to play Druid without Wild Growth, and instead I played Loot Hoarder, and it was pretty decent. And this card just because you really wanted the minion, I suppose. And like this card is really strong in that regard because it gives you both the mana crystal and the minion. And yeah, if you happen to curve out with this, at least for one turn, it has fulfilled its purpose. So you can like you kind of consider this like pint-sized summoner in a way, but it counts for every card, and yeah, it's pretty sweet.
I think it's gonna be played in every druid deck. Every single one. It's good in like those early decks, which I guess it's a 2/3 for 2. It's a body.
Mm-hmm.
That's not too bad. It also gives potential for more bodies next turn. It's gonna be played in like ramp druids because there's some extra wild growths.
Yeah.
You like draw this one or wild growth turn 2. So it's just like in every single druid deck this is gonna be played.
I mean, I
It's
wouldn't
also
necessarily
less
say it. I would. It sounds like you hype it up too much. I think you have to obviously draw the comparison to Pint-sized Summoner. I would say, and Pint-sized Summoner is not played anywhere.
But
Old
not
Pint-sized
really because
Summoner.
it's a 2/3. Is that two
Yeah, of
and
course.
not minions but also spells. It's like
Yeah.
a buffed in 2 ways.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, the fact that it's 2/3, I think, is the significant factor there. But
Yeah.
Otherwise, like I would not overhype the card too much. It's decent, but it's like not auto include in everything.
It's kind of like if pint-sized summoner was 2/3 and makes every cost one, every spell like every card costs 1 less the first time you play it. That would be insane. Actually, that would be played in like almost every deck as well, I think. So I don't think I'm actually overhyping it. I think it's just a really good card. Of course, it's like gonna be killed most of the times, and it is a nerf to pilot the Shredder as well, which I kind of like. But yeah, it's just a really good card in general because they have to kill it instantly, and it's kind of like Knife Juggler. They have to kill it, but it's a 2/3 instead of a 3/2 as well. I like
think
this.
this card's very good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the next card is even better though.
Mulch. Destroy a minion. Add a random to your opponent's hand.
Here's your Booty Bay bodyguard, idiot.
Take it. It's
This
yours.
card is insane.
I love it.
This is exactly what Druid needed.
I love the design of the card. I feel like it's pretty brutal, especially like when you play against control. It's just so satisfying. Of course, death rattles are still gonna be, and if like are still
also
gonna
just-
take place, but
It's also just 3 mana to destroy a minion. Like I don't think you care about the random minion in your end. Like, if they get something.
well,
good-
you say that now, but then they get something crazy, and then
I
that's
think-
where you start
I think you
caring.
need to. I think you need to do the maths anyway. But like, this card is like sap a lot, except
Yeah,
it can have a downswing or an upswing. But I think sap in Druid would be absolutely broken. Like sap is like a bonkers card anyway. Like,
in
this is-
general, yeah, in general, I would say this card is better than Sap. I feel
Yeah.
like. because
I feel so too.
you always want to have those bigger minions, and then they're gonna most likely be downsized.
Well, this card's also worse against aggro, though, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, so is Sep, right? Sep is pretty bad against aggro too.
Except for Doom
Yeah,
Guards and Flame Imps. And
So,
eggs,
yeah.
I guess.
The only thing that obviously that makes this card balance is like the mana cost of 3. So, like in a way, yeah, it is like Sap, but more expensive. But it actually it's like worse than Sap, honestly though. Because of the death
Yeah.
rattles.
Yeah, it is
Yep.
worse than Sap.
Like I keep forgetting about the death rattle, but I always think it's like the same thing as Sap, but it's not the same thing as Sap because death rattles trigger. And this
Sylvanas.
this is actually a big factor. Like sure,
Sylvanas.
Sep Sylvanas it's always good, or Sep Sludge Belcher, but like when Death Rattles trigger, it just feels bad to play this card.
Yeah. It's good that Druid has this card though, because it gives them a kind of removal.
This is what Druid
because-
needed, honestly.
No, kinda. Well, like, needed and needed, usually they don't even need those kind of cards, but they always, like, lacked it in the end, yeah. You're right.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
Yeah, it's true.
Alright then. Let's move on to the next card. Astral Communion. Gain 10 mana crystals, discard your hand.
this card
I
has
can
to
already
be
I can
terrible.
already see Darkonic salivating over this card.
And look at me. Just the
card
poor
ha-
fucking RAM player.
This card has to be awful, right? Unless you have like you're starting as like innovate, Astral Communion. Like, there's no way this is.
You're
good.
gonna face that once in a tournament, and you can, like, smile.
Gonna
I don't think
cry.
I don't think this card is that terrible, honestly.
I think it's pretty bad. Like, what they said in the last like interview or like whatever they had with Blizzard, they said that cards that wild growth that play on when you have 10 mana are always going to give you some kind of effect when they do nothing. So I wonder what this card will do when you have 10
This
mana.
card gives you. This
excess
card
mana.
gives you one excess mana.
Gives you what?
Just like Wild Growth.
Oh yeah,
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 one-
exactly. You get 10 full mana crystals. You don't get 10 empty mana crystals. So you can spam your hero power up with this card at the same turn.
Oh, you could double innovate it, and then you can hero power face.
So imagine
Oh, you
this
get
in an
full mana
inspire.
crystals, you're
Wait. Imagine this like in some kind of wombo inspire deck. That this is actually a free innervates card. You get free innervates on your hand. You can just hero power like 3 times in a row.
Yeah, no.
This card has to just suck. Even Dark One X hates this card.
Yeah,
So
I don't think it's good. It's gonna be fun, but it's not good in any way. You have to have it in your early hand, or you're screwed.
He has a big deck.
Yes, I do. Oh what?
Yeah.
We'll have to see. I mean, if this is like the perfect card for those happy-go-lucky players. You're just gonna, oh yeah, I'm gonna pack my deck full of 9 and 10 drops and play Astral Communion. Get wrecked, bitch. Like this is the card for all those Alarmo bot players right there.
There's one specific player I'm thinking of with this.
I feel like
I'm
this
gonna
is
say it.
I feel like this is more effective than Alarmo bot though.
Yeah. I think I'm done with this card.
Alright, anyway, let's move on. Savage Combatant, now that's a card that I'm excited about. 4 mana, 5/4 beast, and Inspire, give your hero +2 attack this turn. I feel like this is one of the most powerful Inspire cards out there. What do you guys think?
Dies to Piloted Shredder.
No, Pilot the Trader dies to this. How about that?
If you have Innovate.
When you get the Darnassus Aspirant.
Don't you remember back out? You don't play this on turn 4.
I don't know. Like, that's all I can think when I see these 4 mana 5/4s.
Yeah, but doesn't you play it like a fire elemental, bro? You play it on turn 6. Do not play it on turn 4.
So this is kind of like Inspire your hero power becomes Fury War Axe.
Yeah. exactly. I like this card. I think it's very powerful, and I think it will be played.
This is another good card you can get from Ram Wrangler.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that would be insane actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like this card, I can see potential in Beast Druid. If not the Beast Druid, I'm not sure.
I mean,
Because I don't think
I would
Druid is the Inspire class to choose in the first place.
Honestly, though, I would even play this in like a regular Druid.
Druid? Yeah.
Over Shredder?
No, I would just play both. What the hell? This is a 6-drop, remember?
Oh yeah.
What do you want to cut then? Emperor? Sylvanas?
You can cut Sylvanas.
The Sylvanas, like, people don't play anymore usually. Pretty much cut out, but yeah, it's kind of like how you want to set up your Druid, even if you want to have double combo, I guess. Well, it's a good card in general. The question is if it is better than Shredder.
We'll see how it performs, I would say. I think I like this card. I want to try it out. I think it's gonna be good.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that too.
Wild Walker. So Battlecry, give a friendly beast +3 health, 4 mana, 4/4. So obviously the comparison to Houndmaster has to be drawn. Yeah, like in terms of that, Wild Walker does not really match up, I would say. +3 health just doesn't cut it.
It's nowhere near as good as Houndmaster.
Houndmaster is just like an insanely good card in general, to be honest.
Yeah. Houndmaster's nuts.
Yeah, I feel like I mean,
I think this card just doesn't cut it. Unfortunately.
Hunter just does stuff with beasts way better than Druid ever will do, I suppose, and therefore Houndmaster just has to be stronger than Wild Walker. I keep calling it Wild Walker. I don't know why.
White Walker.
White Walker.
Yeah.
Walker White.
I think this card sucks. Yeah.
Yeah. Not really good. I agree. Okay. More wild stuff. Knight of the Wild, 7 mana, 6/6. Whenever you summon a beast, reduce the cost of this card by 1. So obviously, like a nod to Frost Giant, one of those cards, I guess. No, actually, not Frost Giant. What the hell am I talking about? It's Beast, not Inspire. Okay, so whenever you summon a beast, so it has to be played in Beast Druid. That's like obvious. But even then, like you play a bunch of beasts in Druid, and then what? You get a
this card's shitty Bolvar.
Yeah. Shitty Bolvar.
It's kind of like it, but like, how many beasts are you gonna play in your Beast Druid in general? Because you're gonna play Power of the Wild. Like that's not a good card in Beast Druid, I guess. Even if it's a beast, rather have like Haunted Creeper.
Yeah.
And you're gonna play like some kind of beast 4-drop, like a Savage Combatant over Shredder then.
Yeah, you got Druid of the Claw, obviously, and that's about it after that.
Yeah, it's like Darnus Aspirant is not a beast. Keeper of the Groove is not a beast. Shade, I don't know if you're gonna play Shade in the Beast Druid, guess not. But there's so many like good cards in Druid that it's not a beast right now, so you're gonna have to like mix it completely. Because this card is not gonna be good unless you have a lot of beasts.
Shitty Bolvar.
Shitty Bolvar.
Doesn't get BJ'd. Bolvar has the beast in his sight.
He does not have the beast in his sight this time.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Alright then, let's talk about Aviana then. 9 mana, 5/5, the Druid legendary. Your minions cost 1. So on turn 10 you can pair it with pretty much any minion that you have, even like a 10 mana minion.
Even Deathwing.
Even Deathwing. Kappa.
Combo. It's like play this or play this and it. Like 2 for 1, you know.
I think this card sucks. Honestly, I think it's just way too slow. Like, on what universe is a 9 mana 5/5 ever living for more than 1 turn?
Well, you play it on turn 10, obviously.
You have
you turn 10 and you do
okay,
this.
What I was
if you have Innovate.
If you have Innovate, this card becomes better.
But you guys know that Emperor actually reduced the mana cost to 0?
Yeah, it's a 0.
It was confirmed by Ben Brode, so this card with Emperor can actually be pretty nuts.
Yeah, this
Great.
card
And
is
then you can pop your whole hand
insane
out.
of Emperor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. Like this card was made for Emperor, I
But-
suppose.
Yes.
I think this might see play in Ramp Druid. I remain to be convinced. I don't think it'll see play in Double Combo Druid though.
It's like
I
just
think
play
it's-
this and then pop out like 2 North Sea Kraken and you won.
Sea Kraken.
It's like 8 damage and like 2
No,
9.
North Sea Kraken.
Can you find any better Battlecries out there? 8 damage.
Just kill Rag for free.
Yeah. He got his Kraken in his sights.
Amazing. But yeah, it's actually pretty cool. I would say, yeah. You fill your hand with a bunch of stuff, play Emperor, and then play Aviana on turn 8 or whatever, and then fill your like basically turn 8 win the game after an Emperor.
Yeah,
Seems
it's pretty
pretty
sick
cool.
with Emperor. It's actually really sick. 8 mana, like you can pop whatever.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like I the synergy also came to my mind, but I wasn't sure it's confirmed. I had to ask still. But yeah,
Yeah,
if
it
it
was-
if
it
it was
was.
confirmed by Wimbro, then yeah, pretty good for us. I will
It's
look
insane.
forward to play this card. That's for sure. And obviously, like if you build a deck like this, with Aviana and Emperor and a bunch of fatties, then Joust becomes better as well.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
But there's like no Joust minions for Druid, right?
Oh,
No.
I guess you just play the Sunwalker thingy and then whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, moving on to the Hunter then.
oh baby, here we go.
Brave Archer. 1 mana 2/1. Smorg Inspire.
This card is ass.
Ass!
Yeah, I like your accent there.
This card is
ass.
awful. This card is awful. Yeah.
Why is that?
This card
like,
is, this
in the
card
late-
is not.
in if you top deck it, it's better than Leper Gnome.
Yeah, but you don't want to top deck your 1-drop.
Well,
Wait.
sometimes you do.
You want a hard mulligan for your 1-drop, like. And then
Yeah.
you wanna-
I mean, this card is only good if you fill your whole deck full with 1-drops.
Even then, this isn't that good. Like,
Yeah,
it's just.
yeah,
this
it's
card's
like
just-
you have to remove quick shot and stuff from your deck if
It's-
you want to have this
it's just-
card, and it's not gonna
it's
happen.
worse.
Quick shot is
This
better.
is. This card is the card that would go in Worgen Infiltrator's slot, and that card isn't better than Worgen Infiltrator.
Yeah.
Mm,
This
yeah,
card
I
is
agree.
just a like Disney meme.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
exactly.
nice art. I like the art,
Yeah, it's
but I don't think it's a good card.
it's good old Disney meme. Darkonix is right.
Yeah.
Okay, so next card, Bear Trap. After a hero is attacked, after your hero is attacked, summon a 3/3 bear with taunt. So you summon a grizzly bear, basically.
Yeah.
Bear traps don't summon bears. I don't know why Blizzard think
You
they
know
do.
nothing, John Blackout.
I like this card actually. I feel like I want to try Beast Hunter in general, like with this card and the Ram Wrangler that we're gonna get to soon. I feel like Beast Hunter might actually be a thing.
I think Beast Hunter is also going to be a thing, but I don't think this card is good.
I feel it's
Theoretically, it's a 2-mana 3/3.
Yeah,
Theoretically, right?
yeah.
But you have to play this instead of Freezing Trap, or Explosive Trap, or Snake Trap.
I
And
think
all
it's
of the
better than
others are
Snake
better.
Trap.
You think? I don't think so.
Well, it depends, I
Think-
guess. If you have a Juggler, you either want Snake Trap. Whatever.
Well, I think the snakes
Oh.
are also just harder to clear.
It's just the versatility aspect, I suppose, right? Like the unknown, like the more secrets you have in the game in general, the better this card will get, right? So, because your opponent will never know. Like the better secrets in general are becoming, because your opponent will never know what kind of secrets you're going to run. And then Bear Trap, I feel like the effect of the trap is pretty decent if your opponent doesn't know you
Yeah.
have it.
Yeah, it's good value for the mana cost and all that, especially if you get it with Mad Scientist. It's actually really insane.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you get
Yeah,
a
if you
free
get
free
this
free
with
Mad
this is
Scientist.
really-
That's actually nuts. It's like a 5/5 for 2 mana.
Yeah.
Almost. So that's insane because it procs much more usually than Snake Trap, I'd say. And
Yeah, this is a lot easier to proc than Snake Trap. That's a good point.
yeah, it's just insane with Mad Scientist.
I definitely love this card. I will play it in my mid-range hunter. I will
control hunter.
I think Hunter's gonna have a lot. There are gonna be higher curve Hunter decks.
Yeah, I definitely agree that Hunter's decks are gonna shift more towards mid-range again, or even control, but probably more mid-range decks. And one of the reasons why is the next card as well, I would say. King's Elec, Battlecry, reveal a minion in each deck. If yours costs more, draw it. Like, this card actually could be playable, I would say.
I think, based on Joust maths, I don't think it's playable unless you have a very high curve. Because you can draw stuff like your traps in Hunter as well. All of your traps are 2. You obviously run 1 drop, so you can get Web Spinner as well. You can get Animal Companions.
What bothers me?
No, it's only minions.
It's only minions.
Oh, you can get. Yeah, okay. But I mean, you can still get. Oh, you can't get traps actually. I would need to do the math. This is a card you need to do the maths on.
I think in the mid-range hunter where you like run Ram Wranglers and High Mains and Dr. Boom and whatnot, then this is pretty good. Like, especially because your high cost, your minions compared to your spells cost more in general, and then you will get really good cards with this King's Elec into your hand.
Yeah. I think like the only cheap cards are gonna be like Web Spinners, maybe Hunter Creeper, unless Bad Trap is gonna replace Hunter Creeper. If you don't want like King's Elec and Bad Trap, you might have too many low drops for mid-range and control hunter. But yeah, it's a really good card. It's probably the best Joust ability out there right now, because it's like a 3/2 for 2. Flip a coin and you draw a card.
Well, I think there's one better draw ability, but we're going to get to that later. The only thing that bothers me about this that I didn't notice until now is that this is actually not a beast. I was certain that this would be a beast for some reason.
It even has King's Elec. It doesn't have King's Elec Rider or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, like what the hell? Why is this not a beast? I don't understand.
Maybe too OP.
Yeah, I don't know. Like this should have been a beast in my opinion. Then this would be pretty insane, I think. Yeah, I will definitely try this card out. I think I like it quite a bit. We'll see how good it becomes. Okay, next card, Lock and Load, and this is like obviously the wonky hunter card that Blizzard definitely wants us to play for some reason. Like the rapid fire hunter. You play a bunch of spells, get a bunch of new hunter cards into your hand. Preferably more spells that you can just play to get more spells, But yeah, is it actually good? That is the question.
First, there's one like confirm that it actually is a beast compared to like everyone in chat that they were wrong when it posted this card. It seems like so King's Elec is a beast.
Oh, it is a beast.
Yeah, it seems like it's.
Okay.
Okay, like it doesn't say it on the spoiler, so I wasn't sure.
All right, Lock and Load. I think sucks at the minute. So you have to build a deck around it, and even then I'm not sure how good it is. I know a lot of people have been saying this card's OP, but what spells do you want to cycle really? Like, so the spells you really run in Hunter are like Animal Companion, Unleash, Quick Shot, Kill Command, are the ones I can think of. Traps from hand I don't really count, because usually like in a dream you want to fetch them from Scientist. I guess Hunter's Mark maybe as well. So like, but like a lot of those you just don't want to just throw them out there just to cycle Lock and Load. Like obviously,
it's kind of made for Hunter's Mark.
Yeah, this card's like, I think if you run this card you have to run tracking.
Yeah, for sure.
This card's bonkers with tracking.
You just have to, you have to set up a turn where you like do it, and this will be a really weird hunter deck. A hunter deck that does not want to get rid of its cards in hand, but also has to like pass time.
I don't think this is a card that we can judge without playing the new set.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a card you can judge on paper.
It's kind of the same effect as like Buzzard and Stonetusk Boar and Timberwolf. You just spam out all like those 1 mana cost guys to draw more cards.
Yeah.
With this one, you just play it, and then you waste your whole hand of tracking and Hunter's Mark and whatever trap or Bestial Wrath, or whatever you have there.
This
all
card spawns a new archetype.
Yeah, it's
Like-
like it's reminiscent of that old Unleash the Hound deck where you play a bunch of small minions and just unleash them, and with Buzzard of course. But this is a little bit different though, because instead of drawing cards, you get random hunter cards, and this is in general worse. Like you would usually want to get the cards that, in general, those kind of mechanics are worse than just drawing cards, because the cards in your deck are always going to be better than random cards, on average. So I don't know. I'm not really sold on this card unless I see it really shine in action. We'll see.
Me too.
Because then again, you can just compare it to Ball of fucking Spiders, which we will come to soon.
It's an epic card. My favorite.
Yeah. Okay. So up next, let's just talk about those legendaries at the same time. Dreadscale and Asset Maw. So we got Dreadscale because obviously like those are the pair of legendaries that Blizzard introduced here for the hunter. Dreadscale is a 3-mana 4/2, and Asset Maw is a 7-mana 4/2. And Dreadscale says at the end of your turn deal 1 damage to all other minions, and Asset Maw says whenever another minion takes damage, destroy it. So obviously those two synergize well with each other. It's a 10-mana board clear, but is a 10-mana board clear really worth it?
It's just 2-card 10-mana Twisting Nether.
Yeah, and of course, like it seems better than Twisting Nether because obviously those two survive. But yeah, of course it's 2 mana more, and also it's not really a better effect than Twisting Nether because like you have 2 minions that have
and you
2
have to
health,
play 2
and
cards.
you have 2 minions that you have to play 2 cards. You have to have both those cards in your hand.
You get a 4/2 and a 4/1.
No, it's yeah, actually there's a 4/2 and a 4/1, so it's like super easy to deal with.
Yep.
So it just sucks.
Yeah, the combo sucks completely.
Dreadscale might be played on its own if whirlwind effects are really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will in Control Hunters.
Yeah, Dreadscale on its own, I agree, is a pretty decent card, but Asset Maw is just complete trash.
Acid Maw sucks.
There's like Asmore, which is bad. Yeah, Acid Maw is probably one of the worst legendaries right now. 4/2 for 7, big power level.
Unleash Dreadscale.
Wow.
Like,
Dreadscale.
almost as good as
Unleash
Wild
Acid Maw, you mean.
Pyro.
I mean Acid Maw and Unleash?
Yeah, he means Asset Maw Unleash.
Dreadscale
No,
Unleash.
I mean
would be a combo.
Dreadscale. You can unleash and then play Dreadscale. Sick combo.
Yeah, that's true.
Pyromancer
And then play a hyena.
Yeah.
Okay, no thanks. But yeah, Dreadscale in general will be pretty decent, I suppose. Although the stats are not really that amazing. 2 health for 3 mana. But we will see. We will see how it goes. Power Shot. 3 mana, 2 damage to... Like it's an explosive shot for cheaper, but deals less damage to the primary target. How do you like that one?
This card is really insane.
This card's good.
It's a 3 mana Consecrate.
It's Mega Cleave. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it is like what I suppose this is what this card is what Demon Wrath was supposed to be.
This card is just good.
Yeah.
Because often, like, yeah, I mean, how often will your opponent have more than 3 minions on the board? So, yeah, this is kind of a board clear for sure, and for 3 mana, it's pretty amazing. 3 mana Consecrate. You can compare it to Demon Wrath basically, but it doesn't hit your own minions, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah. You can compare it to Explosive Trap. Wait, what?
Explosive Shot.
Yeah, I'm a trap.
Anyway. Yeah, but would you actually play that card? That is the question.
Power Shot?
Yeah.
Maybe in
Control Hunters, Midrange Hunters, I would.
A more
even in Midrange Hunter.
a
Interesting.
higher curve. I don't think I would play it in Midrange Hunter. I think in a more control-y higher curve Hunter deck, I would probably play this. I think in Midrange Hunter, I would still just play Double Bow, Double Companion.
This is also like one of those Another one of those cards which really is strong with spell damage. The power shot, that is.
Ooh, Malygos on a hype.
Power
Shout out to Lothar.
Power shot with spell damage is pretty sick, I would say.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, let's move on. Stable Master. Now that's a card that I would call pretty bad. Battlecry, give a friendly beast immune this turn. Why?
The best part of everything is that like everyone was so hyped about this card, like, oh, it's really good. Usually that was my first expectation. Like when I saw people doing reviews and stuff, they were saying this card is pretty good. The problem is like what 2-mana drops.
Now you can play 4 Bestial Wraths in your deck.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you want to make your Haunted Creeper immune, or like what do you want to make immune on turn 3?
Grats, nice web spinner.
Yeah. Sick.
Well, like obviously you don't play this card on turn 3, but then again, why would you play Stable Master when you can play Bestial Wrath as well? And
this card just doesn't accomplish anything.
Exactly. Like Bestial Wrath was never ever played anywhere. The effect was never useful. Why would this ever be useful?
Yeah,
I don't
it's like
see
the
it.
worst Hound Monster in a way.
Yeah, exactly. So up next, Ram Wrangler. Now this is the card that got everyone excited about playing Midrange Hunter again, I would say. If you have if they summon a random beast, and this card is just completely busted, I would say, potentially.
I do believe that based on math, with all of the new beasts released, this card is like some like insane like EV if you hit the beast.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good new beasts. Like Druid got good ones.
It's pretty much only bad if you hit a 1/1, right?
Like you can get like Ice Howl, right? Isn't Ice? Oh no, Ice Howl's not a beast. What the fuck?
I mean, if you hit a 1/1,
Jesus Christ.
If you hit a 1/1, that's the only scenario where it's bad.
You're just gonna get King Crush.
Anything else is just decent. It's just decent or insane.
Yeah.
Except for the 1/1.
Like Web Spinner, like most of the things you draw by Web Spinners are usually like 5-mana bad beasts, but you're still like really good. Like you play this and get a Kudu, it's still really good value.
Yeah, you play this and get a Oasis Snapjaw. You play this, even like Silverback Patriarch.
Yeah.
You can get King Kush.
Like you're never unhappy about getting anything except for 1/1s with this.
Yeah.
Like even
or like
something
maybe
like
a Web Spin. Maybe a Web Spinner and
Web Spinner is 1/1.
Yeah.
Haunted Creeper maybe.
Haunted Creeper is borderline, I suppose.
The 5/9 is a beast, right?
Yeah. The 5/9 is a beast.
Oh yeah,
the Core Hound is a beast too.
Yeah.
So many
is it
cool
a beast, the 5/9?
He has the beast in its sights, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of cool stuff that you can get for sure.
Acid Maw is a beast.
Yeah. Epic. Okay, and of course, last for the hunter, Ball of Spiders. Summon 3/1
is shit. Whoever designed this card needs to be fired.
Balls of Spiders.
In theory, this card is designed well, but
no one wanted this card. Blizzard, go away.
In theory, this card is designed well, but you always have to like remember that the average card that you draw is going to be better than the random card that the random card that the Web Spinner is going to draw you. So if this was 6-mana, summon 3 Novice Engineers with the Battle Cry, this would be good.
I'm gonna go as far to say that this is the worst card in the set.
I would not say that.
This
is Blackout, dude. Just
it's fine.
Like Blackout. Compare this to Nourish, right? But yeah, like of course.
No, because they're not cards from your deck.
You have to compare it. Like okay, Nourish does the same thing, in the way you pay 5 mana for 3 cards, and this is like 6 mana for 3 cards, but you also have 3 1/1s on the board.
And they are beasts.
Yeah.
So in Midrange Hunter, like there can be.
So this card is not, in terms of power level. This card is fairly costed, and for the effect that it does, it's a decent card, I would say. But
It's not worse than Poisoned Blade, actually. That's the worst card in the set.
It's just
100 dust card.
I'm just saying that this the card is only bad because of the cards that you get off of the web spinners.
I just scrolled down and saw the rogue weapon. I was there. I forgot that existed. I was like, yeah, that's the worst card.
So,
I don't think this will be played regardless. Ball of spiders.
Okay, let's see. Mage cards. Let's talk about the mage cards. Fallen Hero. Now this is a card that got me excited for sure. This is kind of like you use it like 2 mana 3/2. Your hero power deals 1 extra damage. So you basically use it like an Inspire card, like you would use an Inspire card, right?
Kinda.
Yes, I believe. Yeah, yeah. It's pretty much just like deal 1 damage. Inspire.
Yeah. Like so, let's say 4 mana 3/2, deal 2 damage, battle cry. Like a Stormpack Commando.
Yeah, I don't think I would play that in any of my decks, though. That's the thing.
I mean,
It's good because of I think Mage is gonna be a really heavy Inspire deck. Because
Yeah,
of
it'll
Valera
be-
Drakes and stuff. That's the only reason
It
like
depend-
why I would play it.
Depends a lot on Inspire. If like Inspire decks are good, then maybe this will be good as well. If they aren't, then obviously this is trash. But at worst, it's a
I want to
Fen
see
Raptor.
this. I want to see this drop out of Piloted Treader and Hunter.
Oh,
And
baby.
just, oh baby, 3 damage steady shot.
wait, what happens if you get this in Priest?
uh,
Okay, nothing happens.
I think if you have Orkanai, then maybe it happens.
I don't even think that happens because it just heals, but instead of heals, deals damage. But I don't really know.
Yeah, I don't know either. We'll have to
Yeah.
check it, I guess. But I suppose in Hunter it works. Anyway, the fact is definitely interesting, and I like it, but it's not as powerful as it looks like.
The next card is
Arcane Blast.
The reason why I think Spell Power Mage is gonna be a thing.
I was so fucking excited for Arcane Blast, and then I saw to a
this
minion.
card is
To a
If it
minion.
wasn't a minion, I wouldn't be excited at all because I would just like hit Blizzard in their face or something because
Yeah,
just
I know.
Maldigos and go face instant win.
Yeah, it would have just been degenerate, I agree. And I suppose Blizzard saw the same thing. It probably was to like anyone to just deal 2 damage and yeah, but then they realized, we cannot do that.
Yeah. It's still a really good card. It's kind of comparable to Shield Slam if you go for a spell power-ish mage. That's why I think like the Kobold could see play and stuff like that.
baby. 4 mana, 5 turn 5. They play as your Drake. You slam down your 4 mana 2/6 spell power and arcane blast it.
Yeah, it's OP. And if you don't kill it, like next turn you play another like Kobold and you 6 them.
Then you fireball their fucking pit fighter on turn 6.
Pit fighter.
Yeah, I still think it's a really good card. In general. Like 1 man deal 2 damage, I don't know, Mage could need that because Mana Worm, because of Sorcerer's Apprentice, because of Flame Waker. There's so many things that makes this card better as well.
Yeah, I think there's so many cards that just like sort of do the same thing now, like Frostbolt, Flame Cannon. Like this card is like realistically taking up one of Frostbolt or Flame Cannon, right? Slots.
Yeah.
Like,
Instead of playing like both Frostbolt and Flame Cannon, you can play like this and Frostbolt, then you have flexible mana card.
I think Flame Cannon's better than this. Depends how heavy you go on spell damage, I guess. But
even with like Flame Waker, because it's so cheaper.
Yeah, I think Flame Cannon's better, just because of the 4 damage guaranteed. But we'll see, I guess.
I personally don't like Arcane Blast too much. I feel like it has potential, but I don't see spell damage even being a thing. And nah, like it's just gonna be a poor man's Frostbolt. Frostbolt or Flame Cannon is just going to be better every time, I think. Anyway, Effigy. 3 mana secret. When a friendly minion dies, summon a random minion with the same cost. I actually like the concept of this card in general.
I'm so torn on this card.
Here's the thing, like this card, what you have to know about this card is that the earlier you play it, the worse it is.
The worse, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, which means it's bad to get off Mad Scientist, right?
Exactly.
Like, well, it's not bad, but like it's not ideal in a deck that runs Effigy.
Yeah, like also when you hardcast it, you don't want to hardcast it early. You want to hardcast it as late as possible, so you get the maximum value. Because you have to consider it's like playing a minion for 3 mana, right?
It's a big tempo swing card though, which is a big deal. This card's insane.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is definitely something that it can provide. It provides tempo. Not only if you get it with Mad Scientist, but also if you get it with if you just play it from your hand, and then if you like play it from your hand late in the game. That's what I mean. Like if you can get a 6 or 7 drop that costs 3 mana, that's just pretty insane.
You can get a War Golem for free.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Like despite getting a War Golem, that's still pretty good though.
Can get a boom bot for free.
This card is excellent in Giant's Mage though. Because you get just guaranteed to get a Giant, right? Or Deathwing, I think.
No.
Like, so I'll be amazed if a lot of people aren't just snap playing this in their Mage deck. I think this is the card I'm least sure about, whether it's good or bad.
It is decent, but it's definitely a niche card. You cannot just jam it into every deck. You have to have the late game minions necessary for this card to even be good.
I think it's gonna play the tempo decks like here in Tormages. That's the most value is gonna be, because in like late game decks, I feel like Duplicate is better than this. That's my opinion.
I think like you might play this in like a grinder mage type deck maybe. Along with
that's what I meant. That's what I meant. It's like a niche card.
Yeah.
When Duplicate is too slow, but you want like the late game value.
I'm not sure of this card at all, honestly.
Because Mirror Entity is just always gonna suck. Let's be honest. This card is just probably always better than Mirror Entity.
Yeah.
If you played in the right deck, that is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's actually pretty good.
See, like for example, in the tempo, and like a deck that plays Kirintar Mage, I would definitely run Mirror Entity over this. I would say.
How about this card as a fake secret? Because everyone's gonna play around Mirror Entity, and then they're gonna play around Counterspell, and then.
Yeah, it's like one of those things that. Yeah, exactly. Like it's the same thing as I said about Bear Trap. The more secrets are going to be released in future sets, the better secrets actually get, because your opponent will never know what to play around, and it's just going to be a big toss up.
And then you're just playing Spellbender.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so. Let's move on. Dalaran Aspirant, 4 mana, 3/5, Inspire, gain spell damage +1. Dark Onyx, you like spell damage, right?
Probably will with this expansion coming. Yeah, I think the card is very okay actually. I still think Kobold is probably better than this, unless you have some really heavy Inspire Mage deck. But yeah, spell power like can be a thing if this guy live. He's really dangerous because of Arcane Missiles, eventually from Ronin and stuff like that, or Arcane Blast or whatever. Arcane Explosion, I don't know.
I'm not impressed.
I think this card is bad.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's slow. It's really slow.
Slow equals bad.
That 4 mana 3/5 with 3 spell damage on turn 8 isn't doing shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Kobold is better, I think.
Alright, next card, Polymorph Boar. Oh, that's a card that got everyone excited. Transform a minion into a huffer.
This card is obviously good. I honestly.
Oh, is
So
it really
it's-
that obvious?
No, I think this card is going to be a staple in like Flamewaker Mage, where you
Is-
play like, mirror image and stuff, like 100%. Like
Oh yeah, for sure. An aggressive mage is like
any
that.
aggressive
That's
mage
true.
build, this card has to be in.
Yeah, you
my
bypass taunts with it as well. Like you, yeah, I mean because you transform taunts, and that's
Yeah.
which is what polymorph was used for, like the classic polymorph, first place. And now polymorph boar is like a more aggressive polymorph. It's pretty cool.
This is my type of card, Summon Huffer.
Yeah,
This
I really
card
like the
reminds
design
me
on
so
this one.
much out of old Tinkmaster. Because
Mhm.
I remember like people were discussing Tinkmaster nerfs. Should it be like a 3/3 instead of a 1/1 or 5/5, or when they nerfed it to a random guy. But yeah, it's like you remove a big guy, makes him a semi-big guy, like a smaller guy, or you turn a smaller guy into a semi-big guy.
Yeah.
Like kind of the same concept as Tinkmaster. Tinkmaster was busted for a while, but he was also a minion. It was like 2/2, so you got that for free. So, but this can attack the same turn as well because it has charge. So it's interesting. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, the cool thing about it is just that it's direct damage as well. For just in case you want the burst. Yeah, just the burst to the face, like a Huffer would do.
Yeah.
So you can use your minion to attack with it first, and then just play this and deal extra damage as well. That's pretty cool. So yeah, okay. So we all agree that this card is pretty decent, I suppose. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so next card, Spellslinger. 3 mana, 3/4. So pretty good stats already, Dark Cultist stats. And Battlecry give both players a random spell card.
Good card.
Yeah, I think this is another card where you need to do the math, but
In general, you will always
You don't
be
need to do the math because
Yeah.
both players will get the same random value.
exactly. And
Yeah,
also you as a mage player will always benefit from that more.
Yes, if you have like Flamewaker in there.
Or
if you have
Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Sorcerer's
Yeah,
Apprentice
or
or
that.
Flamemaker. But I mean,
Or Mage. Okay, that's a lot of things actually.
So
uh,
you
Cobalt.
get a decent stats, right? Like decent spider tank stats, which is already good, and then the effect that benefits you more in general than the opponent.
I don't
I
don't
it.
I don't like this card as a turn 3 card because you play it and then
Yeah, of course. Like the
gives
downside
them an
to this.
immediate answer.
Yeah, okay. That's the downside to this. Your opponent gets to use his card first most of the time, unless you play this in the late game. Then you get to use your card first if you like top deck it and can play the card immediately that you've drawn. So it's, I guess, yeah. If you use it early on, then your opponent has more options. If you use it early, then you have like maybe the push that you needed for lethal or whatever, like the game-winning move.
It's just a solid free drop in Flamewaker Mage.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
Flamewaker
I
Mage
just
doesn't
like
have
it in
any good
general.
free drops. They have Flamewaker, so
Yeah.
you don't want to play that.
Exactly, that's it. Flamewake and that's it.
Yeah.
And this is like a perfect addition to this. I definitely agree. So looking forward to play some Spellslingers, that's for sure. What I'm not looking forward to is play Flame Lance for 5 mana, deal 8 damage to a minion. Just why?
That card is just bullshit.
Just play Polymorph or
This
just
card,
play...
this card
Fireball.
hasn't got the beast in its sights, but it should do because this should be a BGH in your deck instead of Flame Lance.
Yeah. Definitely agreed. Okay, let's just skip it and go to Caldera Drake. You can use your hero power any number of times. 6 mana, 6/6 dragon. So another
that's
cool addition
dragon.
for Dragon Mage, maybe. Yeah?
Oh,
Yeah, it's good in Inspire and the Dragon Mages. It's pretty good of card in general. Like you can just play this as a vanilla 6/6 and the hero power is pretty insane if it lives.
Yeah.
It's a really good card.
I'm not sure. I think it's just 6 mana 6/6.
6 mana 6/6 is pretty decent though, honestly, like stats wise. It will survive very often.
It just wouldn't willingly play a 6-mana 6/6 in my constructed deck a lot of the time.
Here's the thing, like in the current meta game, the stats always seem to end at like 5 attack.
Yeah.
Or 6 attack. No, like 5 attack. Or sometimes 7 attack, I guess, right? With Dr. Boom.
5 health as well.
Yeah,
usually.
5 health as well. So Coldara Drake is already above curve of like Taurus and stuff like that, and it just is very likely to survive, and then like your opponent will have to put additional resources into killing it. So either he like gets value due to your opponent over like using more cards than necessary for another 6-drop, and then you get your value that way, or if it survives, you get your value through the hero power. So in general, like in a vacuum, this this minion is pretty decent already.
Yeah,
It's definitely good in Dragon Mage. I think we can say that much.
Yeah, like this is like like all of this that I said is not even considering the synergies that it has with Dragon, like the Dragon cards, like Blackwing Corruptor and whatnot.
Yeah. It's, as you said, like it's a pretty decent vanilla card in itself, like 6/6/6, because it survives everything almost.
Yeah.
And just that it's a FREF, you have to deal with it. Again, like spell power, whatever. You have to kill it. It's dangerous. And then also it can provide so much more than just the stats itself, because of it's a dragon. It's in a good inspire card, so it can like can get better than it actually says.
Exactly. This card has unlimited potential, I would say.
I think the tribal is what makes it like.
I think just the inspire thing could actually make it.
All those things. Let's just say all those things. It's just an all-around good card. I like it. Okay, let's move on to Ronin, the legendary from the Mage. 8 mana, 7/7. Got the beast in his side. We know blackout. Death rattle. Add 3 copies of arcane missiles to your hand.
This card is bonkers, to be honest.
Yeah,
this card is insane.
I agree, Darkronix. I agree. I love this card.
Compare this to Dr. Boom. That's how I compare it.
This card doesn't have a place in current Mage decks.
What the hell? If you play Flamewaker, Mech Mage, basically it's a 7/7 for 8, and you get an Avenging Wrath with 1+ spell power on your hand for 1 mana each, and you can also copy it with like a Sword Drake, Kobold.
You can even play it. You can even play it in like some type of freeze mage, with Malygos. Right.
I think this card will be in like some sort of like hybrid Flamewaker Mage with it's like a little bit more control-y with Antonidas.
You can put it in a plethora of mage decks, honestly. Like you can put it in the good old Flamewaker Mage. You can also put it in freeze mage, I think. I've seen freeze mages with like Malygos, for example. Like this is just a natural fit in there, like Malygos and Ronin, instead of something like, I don't know, fireballs. I guess you don't really need fireballs then. You just play those two instead, and finish him with arcane missiles from that are buffed by Malygos, and also arcane missiles synergize well with Antonidas. Arcane missiles that you get with
sick.
The Malygos is the dream.
Yeah, it's a dream scenario, of course. You're not gonna play.
Trump posted.
Oh, thank you, Trump.
Oh, thank you very much, Trump. Yeah, we're still like going through the cards. We still have to go through Paladin until Warrior, so stick around for that, guys. Thank you very much for the host once again. Anyway, so yeah, Ronin definitely a very powerful card for sure.
I think he might even be on Dr. Boom level. Because it's like 3 arcane missiles, it's kind of better than Boombots, right?
There's just so much potential, and this seems to be like a recurring theme for all the mage cards in this set. Like there's just so much potential with all those cards, basically.
I'm not convinced
except for
by Ronin yet. But
you will be after a week, trust me.
We'll see.
Okay.
1 week again.
Let's move on to the Paladin cards. So we have Competitive Spirit, the new Paladin secret, 1 mana. When your turn starts, give your minions +1/+1. Are you laughing about the artwork or what?
No, it's another
chat?
Paladin secret.
Oh yeah,
It
like
just-
yeah, sure. Paladin secrets suck in general. That's true, but
They're awesome.
this one is pretty decent, I would say. Don't you think?
It's just, I don't know. And so, because then if you play this, you have to play Mad Scientist, right?
No, we don't.
Do you not think? You just want to play it from hand?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's pretty bad with Mad Scientist
Yeah,
because
Paladin secrets in general are pretty bad with Mad Scientist. I would not want to run Mad Scientist.
I
Let's
just
say,
can't see
like-
why I would play this.
Unless
over
you
a
want to
one-drop.
run, unless I guess maybe if you like run this and Avenge, then Mad Scientist might be worth playing. But I feel like this you can also play it without Mad Scientist just by itself to just give you an AOE buff to your minions.
I just
and then
can't
go
see why
Paladin.
I would play this over a one-drop.
let's say like people are gonna play around Avenge when you play a secret. So if you have like 3 minions on the board, they're not gonna kill any minion because they're gonna go face and ignore the minions and just let the Avenge be there. But when you have
Ma-
this thing, just popping them up.
Maybe for like a week though, because then everyone realizes that everyone only plays competitive spirit.
Yeah, unless you play both, right?
You
Yeah.
can play both, yeah. But I think people they're gonna play around the spirit more than Avenge. Play both, but we have to see about that. It's still a pretty interesting card, especially with the things that Paladin gets later on as well, which we're gonna look on later. To be continued.
Yeah, alright. Okay, so let's see. Argent lands 2 mana, Battlecry, reveal a minion from each deck, so Joust. If you win the Joust, +1 durability. So like a Stormforge X without Overload if you win the Joust. Eh. Do we need it? Not
Too
really.
many weapons.
It's worse than Coghammer.
Not only that, like, it's pretty much worse than any Paladin weapon except for Light's Justice.
Is it really better than Light Justice? Okay, maybe it is.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Oh, God.
actually.
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
I mean, we get Light's Justice off of Masterful Battle, so Light's Justice is obviously better, right?
Yeah, true.
Okay, so let's just skip on this one. There's plenty of better options, I suppose. But of course, yeah, if you get this in arena, you take it. Whatever. 3 mana, Seal of Champions. Give a minion +3 attack and Divine Shield. So, Hand of Protection and Blessing of Might in one card. I feel like this card shouldn't have to cost 3 mana.
Should be 2.
Yeah, like it's logical that it should cost 2, right?
There's
But
just no reason.
2
for
would
it to
be
three.
too good, I think.
yeah,
Because
this
can't
it
really
is too
mix
good.
like 2 cards.
Balance
in one
wise, yeah,
box and-
balance wise, it would just be too good. That is true.
Yeah, but I think 3.
that'd be
I
like
don't
Flames
think
like doing
it's-
7 damage.
I don't think it's good enough for 3.
Maybe actually in aggro paladins.
I don't think
Barely
you're
in
getting
aggro
good.
class.
I don't think you're getting enough mana efficiency out of the card to warrant playing it in your deck. Like you're getting like a, like Divine Shield isn't like really like the 1 mana Paladin cards really aren't really 1 mana. So like Divine Shield isn't started at 1 mana. It's like 0.5 to 0.6 realistically on most cards.
I feel like you'd rather just always play Cockhammer over this.
Yeah, that's
wouldn't
what
you?
I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like this card is like 1.5 mana over what it should be. Like that won't make
Yeah.
sense to a lot of people, but like you know what I'm talking about, I guess.
Yeah,
Like it's.
Yeah, Coghammer
it's-
is just better than this in general.
exactly. You just have to compare those two, and then you will realize. Okay, so next card, Warhorse Trainer. Your Sylvan recruits have +1 attack. 3 mana, 2/4. That's like regular 3-drop stats. And how good is the effect though?
You have to play it on your muster turn, which is the issue.
I'd turn off your muster.
Yeah, then you're just forcing yourself off curve though to play a 2/4.
I don't like
It's like
cards.
It's like a 3 mana 2/4 deal 2 damage if one of the 1/1s dies. So I don't like it either.
It's
Yeah,
like
it's
a
too
raid.
situational as well.
Yeah, it's like a really situational raid leader with 2 more health. Is that
Yeah.
worth playing? I don't think so.
Oh,
Like if.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Would you even play raid leader if it got like +2 health?
+2
No.
health? Maybe. Yeah, in like.
Raid-
Yeah,
Raid
yeah,
leader?
you could do that.
Nah, raid. I don't
Like
know.
in Zoo and Shaman, that would be pretty good.
I don't know. It'd probably be.
Yeah, I suppose it would be pretty good.
Direwolf.
I
You
suppose
play
it would be pretty
Direwolf,
good.
right?
Direwolf is not the same thing though. Like Direwolf only buffs 2.
Warlock Knight though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, raid leader for 2/4 for 3 would be better than Direwolf.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, it's basically like if you put raid leader as 2 mana. Anyway, moving on. Murloc Knight. 4 mana, 3/4. Summon a random Murloc if you inspire. Obviously, like Murloc Paladin is never gonna happen. However, I feel like this card can shine, and even in constructed sometimes. Because you have once again the same thing that you have in Ram Wrangler. This card can be potentially really busted if you get something like a Murloc War Leader.
Yeah. Can be busted or really
or
shitty.
even the 2/5 or 2/4 Charger. So there's a lot of good Murlocs that you can get actually with this.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Like, yeah, there's so many really bad Murlocs, and there are some that are really good for the mana costs.
4 mana is so competitive.
That is true.
Oh.
That is true.
Like,
Yeah.
But of course,
I don't
Blackout,
know.
remember, Inspire, you played on turn 6.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. So like, but even then, like 6 is even more competitive than 4. Like, do you want to spend your turn 6 playing Sylvanas, or do you want to play Murloc Knight, dude?
Murloc Knight Dude only.
Murloc Knight Dude is pretty sick, I would say.
Yeah, it's a 4/5
Yeah,
to
guaranteed 4/5.
begin with,
and then,
plus a 1/1.
Plus at least the 1/1, yeah. So it's like a 5/6 for 6 mana. Okay, that's pretty bad, but then again, no. But wait, there's only like one 1/1 Murloc, and that buffs the Murloc, so it's like a 6/6
The art of this
for
is
6
great.
mana. That's good.
I just don't.
Yeah, the
like
art
it.
is pretty good. That pet actually made me like.
What is the best case scenario for Murloc Knight? It's got to be War Leader, right?
Old
Jake.
Murkai as well.
I think
It's pretty
Murkai is
good.
still better. You could also get the like card draw guy to 2/5, pretty good stats.
Is there anything else?
No, I think Wall Leader's the best.
Honestly,
right?
though, I
'cause it
think
buffs the Murloc
even if you
Knight.
get like a Puddle Stomper, it's gonna be
But
pretty
you
sick.
could get another knight, I guess. Would be
Oh
the
yeah!
best.
Holy shit!
Oh my god,
Yes.
you're right.
Yeah, second
Another Murloc.
Murloc.
Second Murloc Knight, that's gotta be the dream.
Everyone, frog in here.
Yeah.
Epic. Yeah, if you get that off, then props to you. Okay, moving on. Tuskar Jouster, 5 mana, 5/5, and this is like probably my favorite Joust card in the set.
Yeah.
Reveal a minion in each deck. If yours costs more, restore 7 health to your hero. Obviously, this is going to be a staple in every control Paladin.
This card is very good. Yeah.
It is really
Yeah,
good.
like just compared to Anti-Killbot, which has been played before. Yeah, just better stats, only 1 heal less. So
Yeah,
seems like an
and
auto
like
include.
even if anti-healbot in like Paladin decks, when they had anti-healbots, sometimes it was just dead in your hand like a free 5. Like you don't need healing. This card is you can play whenever. If you're
This
low,
card-
you play this card. If you're high, you play this card. If you don't even smoke, you play this card anyway. Like
And
just
it's like we said before with the joust mechanic, especially on a joust battle cry like this, you only want it against aggressive decks, right? So the healing is really important against aggressive decks, and against aggressive decks you have a higher chance of getting the joust win.
Yep.
As the control deck. So that's the only time when it's going to be relevant anyway. If you play against control deck, you don't care if the joust, if you win or lose the joust, because you don't really need to heal. But then the 5/5 body is pretty good.
He's
Yeah, this-
pretty good though, because like in control decks, Garden of Kings was pretty good card. I remember.
What?
Or I actually still remember. Garden of Kings
Yeah.
was a pretty good card in control matchups. And
Yeah.
this card can just replace Garden of Kings.
Exactly. You just put like I saw like Guardian of Kings and Anti-Killbot in some control paladin decks. Why not just run 2 of those? It's way better.
Yeah.
Did we lose Blackout? I don't know.
Yeah, temporarily.
Hope he comes back soon. Anyway,
Let's solo duties.
let's move on. Mysterious Challenger. Now that's like get every secret kitty excited about playing all those shitty cards, all those shitty Paladin secrets. Battlecry, put one of each secret from your deck into the battlefield. At what point do you consider this card playable? Like how many secrets do you have to get for this card to be good?
Their comeback. I don't know how many. It depends, like how much shit are you willing to put in your deck to play this card.
Yeah,
that's kind of thing, because
it's like a double-edged sword, right? The more secrets you get, the better this card obviously gets. But the more secrets you get, the worse your deck apparently is as well.
Yeah, it's like if you also big a chance to draw the secrets early on before this guy. Like, yeah, it's kind of like, let's say 6/6 for 6, and when it comes into play, you can like draw 5 wisps from your deck and put them into play. But are you willing enough to put 5 wisps in your deck in the first place because of this card? It's kind of like that effect.
Yeah, I can see this maybe like as a one-off. You could play this as a one-off. I think if you're like going for that Avenge plus what's the other secret called again? Competitive Spirit. Maybe like throw one redemption in there if you're like playing a lot of Divine Shield minions.
Yeah.
But besides that, not much to work with, and then again it's just also a 6/6 for 6 mana, so nothing too flashy. I suppose you should give it a try.
You could also have one Repentance, to be honest, because it's played on turn 6, and usually by then they play something big. So you could.
Yeah, something big to challenge this guy, I suppose. Yeah. We will have to see. Just see it in action. I think the effect is potentially powerful. Of course, you have to put shitty Paladin secrets into your deck, but whatever. That's like this makes this playing those Paladin secrets hopefully worth it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Next card. Enter the Colosseum. 6 mana. Destroy all minions except each player's highest attack minion. Another one of those cards just designed for a control deck. And question, like it's the brawl for Paladin basically. So how good is this compared to a brawl, for example?
I don't see the synergy in this and Paladin, because Paladin is all about making your minion low attack, and this makes the highest guy live, like Alder Peacekeeper and stuff. But you have to play Peacekeeper after this card.
Yeah.
I don't really know. You already have board clear with Equality Consecration, so you don't really need this card. And yeah, your opponent's biggest guy lives. That's not what you want, really. So I don't think this card is that good.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I do not see the purpose of this card being good. Like, it's just basically a board wipe against. It's a decent board wipe against decks with a lot of creatures, with a lot of minions that are equal in strength. But yeah, then again, it's just like brawl. Let's just say it's a brawl that lets your biggest minion survive as well. So in a way, it's better than brawl in that regard. But also, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Sometimes there are scenarios where it's better than brawl, but in general, it's just a more expensive brawl, and I don't really like that.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, as you've said before, Paladin has better board clears, so no way I will play this card. Okay, and the Paladin legendaries: Eadric the Pure, Battlecry, change all enemy minions attack to 1. So yeah, Mass Elder Peacekeeper, 7 health as well. So yeah, 3/7. I mean, the stats are pretty pretty weird, I think, but I guess it's fine.
They've returned.
Oh, the return of the black.
You can definitely do some fun stuff with Eadric, I think. Would you play it?
Yes, for sure.
I mean,
this card is
Control Paladin is most likely going to be a thing with, especially like with the Tuskar Jouster, maybe even the Murloc Knight. Who knows? So yeah, I feel like Eadric the Pure might be a good fit in that kind of deck.
Yeah, he's gonna be good. Like you can play like Tusker Jouster, you can play the Sunwalker guy that is a 5/6, and this guy. And
Yeah.
Control Pad is gonna be really good actually.
Yeah, you're just gonna play Dr. Boom and Eardrick on turn, like 4 7 drops.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really good. This card.
Yeah, pretty cool. Okay, Blackout, here we go. Are you here?
Yeah.
We're approaching your favorite class, Priest.
Did your computer get a blackout or something?
Yeah.
Alright, so first off, probably like one of the most talked about cards actually. Flash Heal. Restore 5 health for 1 mana. Finally, Priest gets some decent burst heal that's cheap.
This card is very good. That's all I have to say. It's just a good card.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, Priest definitely needed some burst heal. I mean, Light of the, obviously, like people say, Light of the Naru is already enough, right? But actually, it's not really enough. Often, like you always see this in when you like. I always keep bringing up the scenario Freeze Mage, right? Priest versus Freeze Mage, and usually, like you would expect, the priest to heal against the burst that Freeze Mage provides, but that just never happened. But Flash Heal might actually give you the tools to do that, and obviously, like Flash Heal can also be used as a nuke with Okanai, and that's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, like when Paladin actually has more healing than Priest.
Yeah, or Druid.
Yeah, Druid as well. So like this actually like gives them some chances to actually do what they actually do, is to heal. That is to themselves as well, not just the minions. But I like Flash Heal because it's a better Holy Light in the first place.
Yeah.
And Holy Light could still be useful in control matchups or in control decks because you need a health. Every now and then you need a health. And it's also good in Priest because they have so many buff stuffs like the Lightbane and Darkbane cards that might be included in Priest decks. This is a target for them. It's a good target for Blade Master.
I would probably not play more than one Flash Heal in my deck, though. I still think Light of the Naru is better in general, but like you just need this one little touch that puts like the healing a little bit over the top, I think.
Yeah, it's Okanai as well. Good synergy with Okanai.
Yeah, it has very good synergy with Okanai. I mean, so does Light of the Naru, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you like put like 2 Light of the Naru and a Flash Heal in your deck, it's pretty decent, I would say.
Could be too much. Maybe one of both, or yeah. It's hard to remain to be seen because 3 1-mana heals can be a lot as well.
Yeah, it's I guess it's like more for designed more for the control kind of priests.
Yeah,
because
if like not dive to aggro priests.
Because if you like play the more aggressive route with Zombie Chow and Zombie Chow and maybe even the new 1-drop and Death Lords and all that stuff and buffs, then usually you don't want cards like Flash Heal in your deck.
Yeah.
Because you just don't need the heal at all if you're going aggressive. Okay, let's go to the next card, Powered Glory. 1 mana, choose a minion. Whenever it attacks, restore 4 health to your hero. So the first comparison I drew was like in my mind was Blessing of Wisdom.
Blessing of Wisdom.
Yeah, Blessing of Wisdom, pretty much. So you generally probably the best use of it is just put it on an enemy minion. So you just prevent it from attacking.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, it's not a good card.
It's not a good card, yeah.
Yeah.
But like, I guess, just figure out how to use it the best. It's probably best used on an enemy minion if you're playing against aggressive deck. Okay.
Kinda, yeah.
Alright then. Confuse. Well, this card confuses me, that's for sure. Swap the attack and health of all minions. I mean, how would you even apply this? Is this even worth a card?
Well, my thought is Light Bomb, because usually people want more toughness than attack on guys. So, like, confused Light Bomb combos. But that's still not worth it. I don't know, like... nah. Just nah.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
no.
feel like Mad Alchemist is like
If you want to combo it with Light Bomb, then you might as well combo like a Blood Mage Chalnos with Light Bomb or something like that.
yeah.
That's better.
It's like Alchemist is even better than this because it's also 2/2 body. Like all minions. I don't know. I actually don't know.
Just a bad card, I think. I don't like
Maybe
it.
if you play like an own like Divine Spirit deck and wants like OTK combos, but not even that. Nah, just
Nah.
bad card, yeah.
All right, let's go to the next one. Convert. Put a copy of an enemy minion into your hand. So you target something with it, right? I guess. There's something on the board and you put it into your hand.
No, it's like a mind vision, but you get a minion.
That's just a
No.
copy of an enemy minion from your deck, from their deck. Yeah, if you could target it and put it in your hand, what the fuck? That'd be broken, right?
Wait,
That'd
what?
Be insane.
Wait.
I'm confused. No, I think you target it.
Is that?
Yeah.
A copy of an enemy minion into your
I
hand.
I thought this is just from the deck.
Oh no, it's actually you target something in play.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was like a mind vision, like hey, give me your minion in your hand, but like 2 mana.
I think it's
That's-
like
Well, yeah, it's actually you target a minion.
the way I understood it is you target something, so it's like kind of like mind control, but your opponent keeps the minion as well. So you like play this, and so
Right,
it's like
maybe
it's like Faces Manipulator, I guess.
I don't
know.
think it's broken, but I think it's pretty.
It's
good.
not broken, but it's I don't know. It's slow as well. It's kind of slow. It's kind of like a gang up, but put it in your hand.
Yeah, but priest is always going to be slow, right? Like
Yeah,
kinda.
but they don't have to be slower than they already are. Usually, I feel like.
I mean, when is this card better than Faceless Manipulator?
Battlecry minions.
You have 3 less mana.
Or Battlecry
When you-
minions, I guess.
When
yeah.
you convert fucking, and they said Anivia, the Aviana. There you go.
I actually don't know if I want to play this card. It's kind of like
Easy.
I don't know. It feels like just.
I
nice.
guess it's just
Gotta
I guess
say
it's just one of
something.
those. I guess it's just yet another tool to grind out advantage in like slower matchups. Against aggressive decks, you obviously will not need it.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, I don't know if it's even a grind card because it doesn't really like you don't get an extra card. You just waste 1 card for 1 card as well. I don't know. It's.
Yeah, it's kind of bad.
It has potential, but it's not like very good.
All right
Yeah.
then. So next card, 2 mana, 1/4 Worm Rest Agent. Battlecry, if you're holding a dragon game, +1 attack at taunt. 2/4 taunt for
card-
2 mana.
This card is good in Dragon Priest.
If
Yeah,
there's
this
ever
card
a
is really
Dragon
good.
Priest. Is there gonna be a Dragon Priest?
There will be. Trust me. Even Twilight Drake
There will
coming
be.
back now when like the Twilight,
Don't know how good it'll be.
the second Twilight Drake comes into play.
Windrest Agent into Thoughtsteal into Twilight Drake. The dream.
Oh yeah, Twilight Guardian. So like
Twilight
you can play
Guardian,
a lot
Twilight
of
Drake.
things now.
I mean, Ezra Drake has been seen in Priests as well sometimes. Like,
Azure Drake's been in every deck ever.
yeah,
Yeah.
even Warrior.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose if that ever happens, 2/4 for 2 mana is obviously pretty sick. So that's finally the 2-drop that Priest was hoping for, I guess. Right?
Yeah,
Because
Yeah,
Priest
yeah.
never
Actually
really had
good.
something like that.
This is a good defensive 2-drop. It's what Priest needed.
Yeah. So I suppose this card is gonna see play if there's gonna be a Dragon Priest, that is. But yeah, of course, if you run dragons in your Priest, then you have to run dragons in your Priest, and then you cannot play all those synergy cards that Priest
Yeah.
that gives Priest so much power.
Depends how good Dragon Priest is.
Yeah, it all depends on how good, on what the dragons can provide. I mean, obviously the dragons can provide big bodies, which are always nice to have for the Priest because you can heal them up. But then again, yeah, we will have to see, I guess.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I guess you don't really have to build a Dragon Priest. You don't really need a 2/4 for 2 mana, 2 for Taunter.
It's really good though for Dragon Priest, but yeah, it's only for Dragon Priest.
I guess it's actually what Dragon Priest needs and not
Also, one
because
getting
dragons
not-
are not going to have much taunt or like much defensive mechanisms. So this is like what helps dragons out and not like dragons help this guy out.
getting
Yeah.
getting the 1/4 isn't the world's worst thing either. Like, it's acceptable starting. So like, you can still like Velen's a 1/4 and it'll still kill everything on board. So
Yeah, true.
Okay, now let's move over to a card that I'm actually personally really excited about, Shadow Fiend. Whenever you draw a card, reduce its cost by 1. So, obviously the first thing that comes to mind is like Aggro Priest, because this card is actually really good in aggressive decks. Like in theory, right?
You do realize that it's the card that you draw that costs 1 less.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's the card that you draw that costs 1 less.
Oh wait,
or it
what
would
the
have
fuck?
the same typing as.
Oh
Knight
my
of the
god.
Wild. I thought as well as you said.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah.
So I thought, yeah, I had the same like impression as you did before. Like, oh, it's gonna cost 2. Like, if you have it.
I was wondering why you thought this card was
Oh.
so good. I was like, this card's not good.
It's pretty crap when you like think the other way around, unless you do a big.
Yeah. Okay, this card
Same
sucks.
turn.
Never mind. I thought
It was-
I was so excited about this. Like, oh yeah, shit, Shadow Fiend, so good. It gets cheaper every time you draw a card, and yeah, no.
EK Dan's Game P.
I was just confused because like Shadow Fiend and the original WoW TCG was also like a really a really good aggro card.
Well, Shadow Fiend was the Shadow Priest talent in WoW.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. In that case, yeah, how good is this effect? Yeah, you have to stick it on the. You have to have it survive, and like
Yeah.
a 3/3 for 3 mana is not going to survive. So
It's pretty
Screw
much
you,
like
Shadow
a
Fiend.
fiend-sized summoner.
so no thanks, Shadow Fiend. Unless you like go crazy with the Circle of Healing with Northshire, but yeah, like no, that's not gonna happen.
You don't have like 3 extra mana for that usually. That's the thing.
Exactly. Okay, so Holy Champion. Whenever a character is healed, gain +2 attack.
Good card.
Is
Doesn't fit in Priest.
it permanent?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's
so-
big Light Warden.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's permanent. So yeah, that's Light Warden's big sister, I guess. Okay. Seems pretty decent, I would say.
Yeah. It's good because Light Warden, like, if Light Warden survives, you're terrified. Because wombo combos with Pyromancer, whatever.
Exactly.
But
And this
this
has
guy
a
is
higher
also
chance.
like.
This has
Yeah,
a higher
but-
chance of survival.
Yeah.
You don't play Light Warden in your deck, do you?
Yeah, you play Light of the Naru, though.
Light of
Yeah,
Naru.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Though, like, is this card good enough to warrant a slot in your deck? Do you think?
Maybe because.
It has decent stats for a 4-drop.
Yeah, if it lives, like GG, maybe. But your opponent, I don't think they will actually be realizing how much damage you can actually do with this.
I
That's
think the
thing as
card.
well.
I think the card is good. I'm just not sure if it fits in Priest.
It's kind of like this or Organized Soul Priest.
It definitely fits in Priest, I would say.
Or both actually. Priest doesn't have much 4 mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I would put this in Priest, I guess, because 4 mana drops are rare in Priest.
Exactly, you got Orkney and what else? Nothing.
Spawn of Shadows.
Spawn of Shadows.
Spawn of Shadows, yeah. 4 mana, 5/4, inspire, deal 4 damage to each hero, so.
Should
Yeah.
be Inspire, concede the game, go to your deck collection screen and delete your deck, which has Spawn of Shadows in it, and never play it again.
Oh, Black, why so pessimistic?
This card sucks.
You don't want this Spawn of Shadows Shadow Bomber deck? Mind
I mean, you
Blast?
can even play like the Orkney with double
card-
Flash Shield, double Light of the Naru, and then this guy as well, like
This
burst
card's
down.
so bad.
I mean, it's not a really good card, but it's pretty fun that it actually exists, like those kind of cards that makes priest pushing for another direction, even if it's probably not enough yet.
Needs
Yes,
like
yeah.
one more expansion, maybe 2 more expansions, and then it'll be...
because like Mind Blast will eventually be pretty sick. It's already pretty sick. People are realizing that you can use Emperor and Veland or Malleus, and Mind Blast is actually nuts. And with more cards like this, that actually does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Could eventually be busted in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I feel like that the guy, I don't know how he's called again. The 2 mana 2/3, which lets you use your hero power twice.
Garrison Commander.
Yeah, exactly. That guy synergizes pretty well with Spawn of Shadows as well.
Yeah, definitely. Or even like
I mean, in general, it's pretty cool in Priest to just heal twice, be able to heal twice. I feel like.
Yeah.
And
Cleansing Master can also be good.
Yeah, if sometimes if you like play a one-off Spawn of Shadows, you can sometimes surprise your opponent by just bursting him out.
Yeah.
Oh well, but yeah, so far I would probably not try to attempt playing this card. It would be too risky for me, in my opinion. Okay, onto the legendary Confessor Petrus, 7 mana, 5/4, inspire, summon a random legendary minion.
This is an optimistic card to put in your deck.
If only this was a battle cry, Kappa.
Yeah.
I think this is.
I mean, it's not a bad late or like compare like Ysera to this card, let's say, yeah. It's like 9 mana for a big ass guy, and I would rather have this than Ysera, I guess.
No.
I think I would rather have Ysera.
I think so too. I'd rather have Ysera than this.
Pessimistic, guys. Well, okay, maybe if you have like some kind of Inspire thing.
What if you get Pagan? What if you get Edwin? What if you get... I don't know.
What if you get...
What if you don't? Well, yeah,
Law Walker Cho.
Law Walker Cho. Let Mage Thalnos.
Thalnos isn't that bad.
I feel like...
Cycles.
I feel like this is a little bit...
This is a very
on the poor side when it comes to stats.
I like it. For priests, doesn't really care about those things usually.
Fencing coach into Petrus.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
The dream.
That's the only thing.
Garrison commander.
For that 11 mana combo. Twitch chat combo.
But yeah, in general, I don't know about this card. I don't really like it much.
Oh, now we get onto the worst cards.
The worst cards, Rogue. Do you think they're really the worst?
Yeah.
Okay,
sure.
let's check them out. First off, Buccaneer, 1 mana, 2/1 pirate. Whenever you equip a weapon, give it +1 attack. How is that bad, Blackout?
This card isn't bad. This card's probably one of the better ones, but it's not that great. It's nothing busted. It's just a 1 mana 2/1. It'll probably die.
Yeah, it's like what's it called? Auto Barber, right?
Yeah, it's just like a playing of, I don't know, just a 1 mana 2/1, because this is never gonna survive realistically. If it does, like you get like, it's like a 1 mana 3/1 usually. Like if your 1-drop survives 3 turns, you're probably winning the game anyway. Let's be real. Like, I don't know. But
yeah. It's kind of like a worse South Street deck and in a rogue deck, but it's still a pirate.
Yeah.
And that's good because we need more pirates.
Yeah,
that
definitely.
Are completely useless.
Definitely. I really like that they're pushing the envelope here with more pirates here. But yeah. Definitely not as powerful, but what can you do for 1-drop really?
it's just a pirate tribal.
Yeah, exactly. I like it. I like it in general. I like
It's a good ship's cannon trigger.
Yeah.
Which is a big deal.
Oh yeah, that is definitely...
It's the card that makes pirate rogue good. Ship's cannon.
Yeah, and the more 1-drop pirates you have for ship's cannon, the better, I guess.
Yep.
Okay, Cut Purse. Whenever this minion attacks the enemy hero, put a coin into your hand. 2 mana 2/2.
This card is shit.
Yeah, it's like Frostwolf Grunt sets, and that's never really good.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's Frostwolf Grunt without taunt.
Without taunt.
That's what it is.
It's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I don't
No.
see this card doing anything useful, really.
Has nice art though. Apart from that.
No,
Yeah.
let's just skip on that one. Screw that. 2 mana, Undercity Valiant. 3 mana. No. Oh my god, I'm already tired. 2 mana, 3/2. Combo, deal 1 damage. So like SI7's baby brother.
Yeah.
I don't think this card is as good as SA7 though.
Of course not.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like 100% difference with a hero with a combo.
It's a massive. I think. Well, the thing is though, like dealing with a 1-drop and dealing with a 2-drop is like such a big difference in tempo. I guess I don't know how to phrase this without coming across as an idiot, but like
Yeah, the problem is just that the 1 damage is completely
It's
insignificant.
irrelevant.
You can
You
deal
can
1
get that from
damage.
your hero power.
You can exactly.
yeah, exactly.
You
You
can, deal
can
1 damage.
You can coin hero power instead of this.
Yeah, you can
and
deal
without
1
having
damage
to
in
pay.
so many ways. You don't need the combo for that.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's just a
Yes.
Bloodfin Raptor basically.
Yeah.
So thanks, but no thanks. Beneath the Grounds. Oh my god, this card is so bad.
Really?
Yeah,
If this card denied draw, it'd be good.
yeah, it doesn't.
It
though.
doesn't. But what is ambush? Do we
That's
know
the
that?
card name.
It's just like Burrowing Mine.
Yeah.
So it's just like you draw something, you don't draw anything, but
Yeah.
you get a 4. Okay. Yep. I actually like. What I'm interested in about this is that Fatigue Rogue is still like not horrible. To be honest, it's like not
No,
one of
'cause-
the best decks, but it's not horrible. And with this card, it could actually be interesting.
Wait,
Collector.
how does this buff Fatigue? Because you're putting it into their deck, and then you're
I
just
mean,
drawing
like
a 4/4.
you get the free freeze. Let's say like you vanish when like they have a naked board, and then you play Cold Lights, and you get free freeze or some extra tempo.
Yeah, I suppose, but I don't know.
So you want to play Milrock just to play this card?
Yes. Actually, I've been playing Milrogue the past 2 days, and I have pretty good like success. Actually,
I don't-
pretty interesting.
I don't think
This
this
card buffs Milrogues.
I've tried Milrock. I had some fun, but and ultimately it disappointed me. I don't know if I want to revisit this strategy just because of Beneath the Grounds. I don't think so.
I will. Someone has to do it. I take the cause.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they do not skip the draw on this. Otherwise, it would be pretty sick.
Yes.
Okay, so next card, Burgle. Add 2 random class cards from your hand from your opponent's class. So yeah, you can get weapons, you can get minions, you can get spells. Against which class is this even good?
Burgle is just a worse thought steal.
What is the best class to play this against?
Mage, right? Is it?
I don't
Another
know,
rogue?
there's-
I think another rogue.
No, Rogue sucks.
No, what? Because you get the weapon synergy cards. You get like a deadly poison of this. You can get like a 3rd prep.
I don't think it does matter
Like
really what class you play this against much
Like
because it's class cards, not class spells.
Like
Yeah.
3rd.
Get whatever.
Oh. I mean. Okay, rogue does suck a bit.
Paladin is the worst, I guess.
Paladin is the worst, yeah.
I don't know, they have a lot of bad spells, but they have a lot of really good
Lights.
spells.
Lights.
Maybe like
just
Druid.
Oil.
Druid would probably be the best, I think.
Lights, Justice, Oil. The combo.
Whatever. I don't know. This card is
This
giving me too
card
many headaches.
sucks.
I don't even know where I would want if I
It's
would want to
interesting.
play
It's
it.
like a
Where I
Cards-
would want to play it.
I think that card's completely worthless.
It's once again once again this thing. You pay 3 mana to draw 2 cards, but then again, you don't draw the cards. You get random cards, and like getting random cards on the battlefield is not always nice. But getting random cards into your hand, that's like you could just draw a card instead. It's way better.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh, well.
well, like you don't fatigue is easy, but that's a priest thing, not a rogue thing.
Oh, Oh my god. I mean, of course, there's a lot of cool dream scenarios that you can have with Burgle, but yeah, we're not getting into that. There's too many to name. Shady Dealer, another pirate card. If you have a pirate, Bell Cry, gain +1/+1.
I don't think that this
So-
card isn't even good in pirate, honestly.
It's a
Really?
5/4 for 3 mana.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's actually just not.
It's almost
Wait,
like
it's actually
King
not
Mukla
even a
with-
pirate.
No, it's not a pirate.
That's what I'm like most concerned about. I think it should have been a pirate.
Why?
But, because we need more pirates. Because of that.
Yeah,
Might not have enough pirates.
that's okay though. I guess it has to have some sort of drawback. I mean, the stats are already above average when it comes to 3 drops, and
I
yeah,
remember-
if it gets even better if you get a pirate, then it has to have some sort of drawback.
I think
So
I
it's
was
just not a pirate. I guess.
I was talking with Life Coach about it, and Life Coach gave the math explanation why this card is good in pirate, but I can't remember why at this point. But yeah, like, I don't think this card's good. So
I think it's good in pirate decks.
Well,
Yeah.
it is good in pirate decks, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, you just pay 1 mana less for what's it called, Lost Horse-Rider. That's already good.
Yeah.
Okay, number 4. Oh my god, why?
Number 4.
Number 4.
Bingo.
Sorry.
Poison Blade.
Poison Blade 4 mana, 1/3. Shit. Let's move on. Shadowpan Cavalry, 5 mana, Bolt Fist Ogre if you combo. Good, I guess. Right?
that's,
It's good, I guess, but
Card's
do
fine.
you want to save your coin for like turn 4?
comboing it's so awkward on 5. You need to like backstab or prep something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In that case, you probably don't want to be doing it to make.
I mean, you already have like the ogre if you want like power guys.
Did we give Poison Blade the shout out as the worst card in the game? By the way,
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's worse than Totemic Might.
especially now when totems look.
It's actually worse than Totemic Might. I'm not joking.
Yeah, oh my god. Shadowpan Cavalry. I don't know.
I think it's. I don't think
The
it's.
problem is
it-
like in current rogue. Let's just talk about current rogue decks. They already have so many 5 drops.
It's
So,
just
which you even
don't-
want to play something like this in there.
Yeah, I mean, like, this card's like a Tempo Rogue card, and Tempo Rogue just isn't strong at all. That's the thing.
Yeah,
Like,
true that.
you need to play Cycle anyway, so like 5 in Tempo Rogue would probably be like Azure Drake, Harrison. You know, maybe this makes the cut, but I don't think so.
Assassin's Blade. Even.
Yeah, I don't think this would make the cut.
Yeah, I don't think so neither.
You gotta have a 0 mana spell or coin this out in order to be worth having it in play. Because if you just if you don't drop it on turn 5 or earlier, then it's just like a Bolt of Fist Ogre on turn 6. So it doesn't fucking
Yeah.
matter.
Van Cleef is just better in that case.
Yeah. I suppose you don't play then. Okay, Anubarak, 9 mana. So Death Rattle returns to your hand.
This
and
card
from
is
Ruby.
awful.
So it's like the
Tiny
stupid.
favorites.
It's like the
He's-
stupid Skeleton Knight, but
He's
more
got-
expensive, right?
Yeah, I like it.
He's got the beast in his sights. That's all I'm saying.
Twice.
This guy.
The
this
beast.
card's-
He also kills the 4.
I'm not just like I said with Skeleton Knight. I'm not seeing myself
BGH goes
paying 9 mana over and over and over again just to.
BGH goes fucking
Get
ham
value
against
that
this
easily.
card.
I would pay like
This card's
60
so
63
bad.
mana for this guy over and over. Yes, please.
So bad.
No way. Okay, Anubarak, go to hell.
But he will come back from hell.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to Shaman. That's definitely a class that I'm excited about.
And the
First up, Ancestral Knowledge. Draw 2 cards, overload 2 for 2 mana. So Shaman gets something that it didn't have before, I guess.
Very good in Shaman. Reliable card draw.
Mm-hmm.
What Shaman was lacking. In mid-range Shaman anyway, so this is what the class needed, honestly. Like, to make mid-range Shaman viable again.
Yeah, I don't know, it's like... yeah, nah. Shaman already has good draw things, like Drake is a pretty much a stable card in Shaman for mid-range. And also you have a Manatite Totem for card draws, and you have Neptulon for card draws, even, yeah. So, you don't really need this card, I think.
Yeah, but you don't just have like an Arcane Int.
You don't, but this is just overpriced Arcane Int, I think.
It's kind of the same, because Overload mana isn't normal mana.
I would just say that if you're really digging for some cards, then Ancestral Knowledge is the go-to card. Like if you're really trying to dig for some combo pieces, if you're like a combo-based Shaman, then this is
if you're like Malygos or something.
Yeah, exactly, like Malygos Shaman, for example. If this, if you're playing a deck like this, then Ancestral Knowledge is the card you want to play. But other than that, you probably want Manatite Totem instead.
The issue is if you play this on 2, like, you're not playing this on 2 ever. Like, you're playing this on like turn 9. I mean, that's the thing. I'm not sure. Don't think it'll make the cut just because of how bonkers some of the new Shaman cards are. But I think it's good.
Yeah. It's okay in specific decks. I wouldn't put it like in every Shaman deck.
Yeah, of course.
What I would put in every Shaman deck though is freaking Totem Golem, 2 mana 3/4 overload 1. I mean this.
There's not much.
A lot of people is like a lot of people are touting this as probably like one of the best cards in this set, right?
It's really good, especially that it's a totem tribe as well.
Exactly. I can finally get my Totemic Might going.
Yeah.
So good. So Totem
even with
Golem.
the Tuskar.
Yeah, Tuskar Totemic. We'll get to that later. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Totem Golem definitely a very strong addition to the Shaman class. Definitely a necessary addition.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, up next we got another fun overload random damage card. Elemental Destruction. 3 mana, deal 4 to 5 damage to all minions, so even your own. But it's like an excellent board wipe, I suppose. And
this
you skip a turn unless you have Lava Shock, basically.
I think this card is worse than Lightning Storm. Unless you're playing Lava Shock, even then, like, I don't know. Like, I don't think you need this card, honestly.
It's like everyone's saying like this is sick, but I think this is shit.
Yeah, I think this is shit as well.
It's kind of like a big Hellfire in a way to every minion. Overload
5 overload is just so crippling. I don't know.
Yeah, the thing
that Lava Shock.
The thing that I don't like about this card is deal 4 to 5 damage to all minions. So once again, like I mean, because you hit your own minions, and often in like most Shaman strategies rely on you having board control. So once again, a deck where I see this being played is another one of those Malygos Shaman decks, right? Like combo-based Shamans. Maybe like a Burn Shaman even. Maybe something like a Burn Shaman will eventually be a thing, and then you need a card like Elemental Destruction to just reset the board and get more time.
Yeah, could be. Because all you have is Lightning Storm, and it's not good for that.
Yeah. Of course, like if you have Lava Shock, this card becomes pretty good in that case then as well, because you don't skip a turn.
Yeah.
Okay. Next card, Healing Wave, 3 mana, 7 health restored, or if you win the Joust, you restore 14 health. So once again, really good anti-aggro card. Really good Joust mechanic for this card.
Yep, this card is very good.
Yeah, it is very good. Only problem is you most likely not gonna win the Joust, I guess, because Shamans relies a lot of sheep spells, or a lot of sheep minions, like Flame Tongue, Anti-Creeper, Zombie Chow. There's a lot of like shitters. in there.
But against aggro, you're still favored in this as well. Like you gain
You're slightly
40.
bit favored, but don't forget you have so many new guys now with Totem Golem as well and Toscar. So there's
Even
a chance you.
Yeah, you're right. I guess you would need like another kind of shaman for this card. I suppose if you're like running the cheap minion shaman, you would probably lean towards anti-killbot, or if you like the totemic might shaman, then you go for vitality totem. But healing wave is definitely good in like more expensive shamans, like reincarnate shaman, for example.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. That the healing wave fits in there perfectly, I would say.
I think
Still a good
Healing
card.
Wave- I think healing wave will be in mid-range shaman.
Yeah, like the Shaman's always been needing a healing card. So like it's either this one or heal bots, but it has overload as
ever
action
since
as well.
exactly
This-
ever since they nerfed healing totem back in beta, Shaman
was broken.
has never had any heal cards for its class.
That card
Well, we
was,
had a Vitality Totem.
was broken though.
Oh yeah, vitality totem, I guess, but that came way late, and now we
Yeah.
finally have a real heal. Okay, next up, Tuskar Totemic. Battle cry summon any random totem, so obviously you want to get Totem Golem.
This is the best card in the set, in my opinion.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I think it is. I think
No
this
way.
And this and mulch. This card is crazy. If you get Totem Golem off this, you win the game on the spot.
What the hell, Blackout?
Yeah,
What?
what the hell?
Well, yeah, you win on the spot, but there's also plenty of other cards in the set that will let you win.
If you just get a 0-2, it's just fine. If you just get a totem, it's fine.
I mean,
if you get
Tuskar
Totem.
Totemic is a fair card until you
This
get
card's
Totem.
crazy. What?
Yeah, it's good.
It is.
It's well, I'm gonna sneeze. You keep
I
going.
feel like it's a fair card, but if you get Totem Golem, it's completely insane.
This card's bonkers. Wait, I don't know. Wait.
It's good that it actually replaced the 3 mana drops like Pharaoh Spirit and stuff like that, because they have seen Pharaoh Spirit less and less because of Shredder kills it and
Yeah.
Spire Tank kills it and some things. So this card is actually a pretty good free drop. It's unstable, could be good now with like some new overload things, but this is better.
Oh, actually, I forgot Varian Rin exists. Sorry. I
Okay,
forgot
let's move on to Charged Hammer. So we all agree Tuskar Totemic is a good card, right?
that. Yeah.
Okay, Charged Hammer. Death Rattle, your hero power becomes deal 2 damage, 4 mana, 2/4. It's a weapon, obviously. So
Yeah, it's
you have
pretty
to
much
you
like a
have
shadow
to
form.
yeah you have to strike it with it 4 times, which will never happen, or replace it with another weapon. I feel like this is way too clunky.
Yeah, this card isn't good, really. When are you ever using 4 charges of a 2/4 weapon?
Especially, I feel like Shaman's 4-drop is so stacked already.
The dream is playing this into Doomhammer, and even then, it's just a worse shadow form. So, there's no
Yeah.
situation in which it's good.
Yeah, exactly.
I would even like almost prefer my original hero power than that one, to be honest. Even if
Yeah.
2 damage is pretty good, but Shaman is all about like getting board control.
It is such a weird design. I feel like maybe it would have been. I think it would have been cooler to have that hero power as long as you have this weapon. Maybe that would have. That might have been
Yeah,
better.
that could have been interesting actually. Yeah, that would be better. That's true.
But anyway,
nice job.
yeah, I don't see this card being played. Okay, up next, Drain our Totem Cover. Battlecry deal 1. Battlecry gain 1/+1/+1 for each friendly totem. So it's like a Frostwolf grant for totems, basically. It costs 1 less.
Yeah. No.
I don't think it's good.
I
Frost
think
Warlord.
Argus is better.
I don't think
Just
this card-
Argus in the 4 mana slot is better than Shaman.
Yeah,
if you want
definitely.
totems.
Definitely.
Yep, Argus
Just
is
buffing your totems is always going to be better than just having a big dong. And that just gets BGH afterwards, or hexed, or polymorphed, or whatnot.
Big dong.
Yeah.
Kevin. Okay. Thunderblood Valiant.
Thunderblood Valiant. Inspire give your totems +2 attack. That's pretty cool, I guess. Like a tiny bloodlust for totems. I suppose you can like run this as a one-off in totem decks, right? Could be a thing.
Yeah, because I also found out that it buffs the totem that you summon, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
Buffs
So,
totem golem. Oh, is this permanent to attack?
Yeah, it's permanent.
Oh, this
So
card's...
this card is actually really good having one. It's kind of like a quartermaster in a way, I feel like.
This card's reasonable then, yeah.
Yep, you can have one of those in your deck, because I think Totem Shaman is gonna be a thing with now Totem Golem and stuff like that.
I like this card. It also has really good stats, in my opinion.
Yeah, it
so
does.
you can 6 health means it might have a higher chance of survival, especially like when it hides behind the Taunt Totem.
This card
cool.
card survives on turn 5, which is a big deal. Like 90% of the time, you can jam this on turn 5 and it'll live, which is like, compared to a lot of the other Inspire cards, that's their main problem.
Yeah.
Like, I feel.
Shaman has a lot of 5 drops though.
Yeah, you have to play Azure Drakes for sure. I think. Well, you can cut Healbot out now, right? Like,
Yeah, you're good if you put Healing Wave in.
Yeah.
I just feel like they need some more good 4 drops, because they really like 4 drops.
And Piloted Shred is pretty good.
Yeah, that's 2. And Argus, of course.
Yeah. Alright.
Okay then. And finally, the Mistcaller. Now this card got me excited for sure. I mean, 6 mana 4/4 doesn't seem good, but like the battle cry is just completely insane.
This card is nuts.
All minions in your hand and deck +1/+1.
In a control meta, this is like just absolutely insane. Even it doesn't buff totems or boom bots or anything. It only buffs summon minions.
Yeah, it only buffs the decks, the ones that you have in the deck. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, yeah, this card is very good.
But the question is it too slow?
No, I don't think so. I think this is like Emperor.
Yeah, it's like Emperor basically.
It's kind of like it, but Emperor gives a lot of tempo after. The thing with this, like, Shaman relies a lot on totems now, and since they don't get buffed, like cards like Argus gonna be bigger, Flame Tang is gonna get bigger, but that doesn't really matter in the long run. Fire Elemental is gonna be BGH target, and Azure Drake and like Loafeb might be good. Let's see. But yeah, it's a good card. I'm just afraid that it's actually too slow for an impact.
Yeah, it's.
I think this card's bonkers. Yeah.
I agree though. Like you have to have also the right synergy, I suppose. Like the right minions for it. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you don't. Maybe you just good in any deck.
Oh, that Fire Elemental though. He's got the beast in his sights.
Yeah.
That's 7/6. Right. Yeah, I think that card's very good. Mistcaller.
It's gonna be fine, I think. Obviously a little bit slow, but yeah, the longer the game goes, the better it's gonna
get. In general,
get.
it's a good card, yeah.
Yeah. I feel though that like the clunkier your deck is, the worse it gets. So if you get maybe the card is like the best thing if you have like a bunch of, like if you have a smaller curve in general, and then like some card draw. For example, like imagine stuff like loot hoarders and novice engineers with this.
Yeah,
that's pretty.
Yeah, maybe
that's
actually
cool.
could make a completely new theme with like the totem stuffs as well. So we're gonna see how the deck's gonna look like.
I think it just buffs your mid game creatures like so much. Like like say you're playing 2 5/5s. So say you play 2 Thunderblood Valiants. After this, you're playing 2 4/7s and sort of like for 10. Like I don't know.
Okay, like should we? Okay, we move on to the next class, right?
Warlock.
Wait, isn't it Warrior? I thought Warlock doesn't have any cards.
No, what? What? Yeah. Wait,
Kinda dumb, to be honest.
tiny Knight of Evil with Fell Reaver though. Oh baby.
Wait,
Fell
is Fell
Reaver?
Reaver discard really?
No.
No.
That's what everyone was saying though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay. Demon Fuse, not good.
Every single Warlock
pretty
card is
shit,
just
actually,
trash.
I like the concept
Ref
of
guard
Radguard.
has a chance.
I like the concept of Radguard in general.
Yeah,
It's
I
pretty
think it's
cool.
gonna be playable.
I also
actually.
like the concept of Fist of Jaraxxus. But
Yeah,
how good that card is
Wrathguard
also remains to be
Wrathguard
seen.
is possibly playable. But I don't think it'll be played.
Yeah,
I think
Tiny Knight of Evil is just another Bloodfen Raptor. Yeah, Dreadsteed is, I don't know, can be good if you have like some. It will be good in like if someone finds a combo with it.
You mean like Permanent Sacrificial Pact?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If someone finds a combo with Dreadsteed, it's gonna be pretty sick. But before that happens, that's not good. Fist of Jaraxxus is.
It's a good, interesting concept, yeah. That card.
I like the concept of this card. Finally, get some use out of this card from Doomguard or Soulfire or whatnot. Like you can actually. Yeah, you can burn your opponent out. Like this is a pretty good aggro card, I would say.
wait,
Yeah,
what?
you can put this in Stu pretty easily because you can just
Dreadsteed?
play Doomguard.
Fist of
No,
Jaraxxus.
Fist of Jaraxxus.
Oh, I thought you were saying Dreadsteed. I was like,
What I'm wondering is like, what do you think of Dark Bargain? Destroy 2 enemy.
I don't know any deck you can actually play this in. Like,
right. I
don't
mean,
know.
if it was targeted, it might be playable, but just not random. Like,
I just
Yeah.
feel like Siphon Soul is better than this card in general.
Yeah, right.
discarding
Scar, you
discarding
gain
2
life.
cards is like,
Yeah, it's
I guess it
pretty,
sucks.
it's pretty meh. Desperate situations, but
discard in general just isn't great.
All right then. What about Void Crusher?
this card is interesting actually. I think.
I think this card is horrible.
I
You
think
have
it's
to have a bunch.
because-
You have to have a bunch of imps, I suppose.
You have to have crappy minions, and they have to have good minions.
Yeah,
It's
You
have
can
to-
get this from like Void Caller in some situations.
And then you have to
like,
get lucky that this guy doesn't
Yeah.
get destroyed.
if you have like let's say you have a soup or something, and you have Haunted Creepers and Implosion Imps or Egg, and when you like get this card out when you trade your guy instead of getting a Doomguard, you get this guy. And when you hero power and you kill their guy, and you threaten to kill their next guy they play.
I want some
They
of
have
what
to
that
keep it
1x has been smoking, dude. This card is awful.
I mean, it's pretty cool. I agree that it's pretty cool against control decks, but besides that, it's pretty bad. And also, it's just the fact that it can backfire so hard is pretty terrible, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's all I have to say about it.
Okay.
Wilfred Fizzleback.
Wilfred Fizzlebank, Master Summoner.
This card.
I mean, this guy with Fetching Master.
Ooh, the 9 mana
Wow.
combo.
No, 6. You play Fencing Master turn 3.
Yeah.
then never tap. Just don't tap until turn 6.
You don't always need to tap.
You
It's
get
only 3
giant
turns.
And then
Good
you draw,
fencing
and then you draw
master
more
Drake.
coil off that Wilfred.
fencing master Drake Belcher Wilfred, the dream.
If there's one thing I got taught through relying on cards you draw, it's just pretty bad. Like I used to play Chromagus a bunch of times. It was just always shit. And
Yeah.
Wilfred Fizzlebang, I think, will follow the same principle.
Yeah,
You can't rely on whatever is on top of your deck unless you know.
I mean, what do you want to cut in Handlock for this as well? Like, Handlock's such a tight deck, honestly. Like, you either cut your aggro, you either cut your anti-aggro, or you cut, like, your control, and you're not cutting Emperor, Sylvanas, Rag, or, like, Boom.
But I think
What's-
there's gonna be less aggro if TGT is gonna come because there's so many anti-aggro cards and there's not a lot of aggro cards, so you might be able to cut like Mortal Coil or Zombie Chow or whatever you played. Like one of those.
But still like you draw something useless, and like you even though it costs 0, you're not gonna want to play it until like I don't know 3 turns later or 4 turns later, and then it's just gonna be relevant sometimes.
Yeah, it's a very, very greedy card.
And Fearsome Doomguard. What the hell? I don't even know. Bane of Doom buff, I guess.
You can get it from Voidcaller. Put it in zoo.
I meant like Demon Handlock used to play like Dread Infernal, right?
Yeah.
You can play this instead of Dread Infernal. That's the only reason I see to play it. He's a big ass demon. It's the second biggest demon after
Fearless Doomguard. Fearsome Doomguard is not in his sights. I think it's a sick day. This is better than War Golem, actually.
Yeah,
maybe if the glasses you will see it.
This is a better War Golem.
Okay, let's move on from this bad class to a hopefully better class, Warrior.
Hopefully.
Yeah, definitely, I guess. Alex Strasser's champion, Battlecry. If you're holding a dragon, gain +1 attack and charge. So it can be a 3/3 if you're a dragon with charge. So, what kind of is Face Warrior a thing again?
No, and especially not Face Dragon.
Face Dragon
Warrior.
Yeah, it's not a thing, but it's a cool concept that they're adding some Warrior Dragon card, because Warrior is a pretty like big dragon deck in general, because it's a control deck that doesn't die easily, and then Dragon suits perfectly.
I would prefer it. I would prefer it if it was a 1/4, and if you're holding a dragon, game +1 attack, because then it'd be a 2/4 charge.
Yeah.
You'd have to like weigh up like this against like War Axe and stuff. Like obviously War Axe is better, but like you have to like weigh this up against cards like Slam as well and shit like that. So
I think this card is considered as a removal. That's how it was made. It's like it's a 3/3 with charge. You can like trade something with it. So
it's not like Warrior really needed the removal, though. I think
it's just not needed, honestly.
Yeah, not sure if I would play this in my dragon deck.
If you want the removal, that's focused on like holding dragons, then just play Blackwing Corruptor instead.
Yeah.
Way better. Like this whole purpose of this is face Warrior with dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, don't think so.
Yeah, it's like play.
It's gonna take a while until there's gonna be aggro dragons.
Yeah, pop Twilight Drake turn 4 and show that face where to go. But yeah.
Okay, up next we got Bolster. Give your taunt minions +2/+2 for 2 mana, and I think this card has potential for sure.
I think it has potential as well.
The effect is really powerful.
The effect is really powerful. It's really situational as well. But once you get it, you're pretty happy, and you have to get it with 2 minions, I guess, or otherwise it's just a Mark of the Wild.
Yeah, exactly. If once you buff more than 2 minions, once you buff more than 1 minion with it, so it's already pretty sick.
It's good in Taunt Warrior. Depends how good Taunt Warrior is, though. Like the card individually is good. I agree. But
I think Taunt Warrior can be a thing now, especially with sparring partner coming in.
Maybe the synergy might not be there yet. But
Sludge Belcher was always a thing in Warrior anyway, so.
Senjin sometimes as well. In certain causes like Sunwalkers, but they're replaced by Shield Maiden now.
Yeah.
But yeah, it has potential.
And Sparring Partner, of course, is also really strong with that, and you can even use the Sparring Partner, which we're getting to right now. Sparring Partner, Taunt, Battlecry, give a minion Taunt. Bloodfin Rapture stats. Yeah, you can use Black Knight with it as well.
Yep.
So I didn't think about that actually. The Black Knight interaction. Okay.
That's interesting actually. That you can do that. Also, that I'm not sure how much I like this Sun Fury without it having Taunt in its own. because the taunt doesn't really do anything then, because you can still attack whichever minion you want.
Yeah, but it's not about that. It's just about the Bolsterino.
Yeah, it's about the Bolsterino, yeah. That's like the whole point
I
of
think
card.
if this card's going to be played, it's going to be in a new archetype of warrior.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
definitely doesn't fit in current warrior, so I think this is a wait and see card.
Maybe maybe like taunt control warrior is gonna be a thing.
Yeah.
Just board control, I guess.
Go with them on Gold Share Footman. You're back in the meta.
Nice.
Finally.
Okay, so next card, Bash. Deal 3 damage, gain 3 armor.
Really good card.
This card is very good, yeah.
Yeah.
Often what you would do is like just armor up, shield slam on turn 3 against aggro,
Yeah, exactly.
and this is just way better.
Yeah.
This card is very good, yeah.
I don't think like Warrior should have got this card in the first place because they don't really need it, I feel like. But
it also just allows you to deal with 2 threats on turn 3 if you have the axe on turn 2.
yeah.
So you're not taking recurring damage, so then they play something and then you death spite it on 4, like in an ideal world.
And as a bonus, this card can also go face.
Yep.
Yeah,
So it's not only for me.
Oh, that's actually true. That's pretty good actually.
face warrior.
That no more about like the whining about mortal strike anymore.
Alright, and then but it's actually like good enough for control warrior. Like, what would you even cut?
King's Defender, no. This card is not good enough.
No, I mean Bash.
Oh, and Bash?
What about Bash? Oh, what card would I Bash?
3 damage, 3 armor.
I
Like,
think
what would you cut?
I think Big Game Hunter's slowly being phased out of a lot of warriors, although that's probably going to shift back in.
I think you have to see how the meta goes, how much aggro they're gonna be, because you can cut some of those lower things.
Yeah.
Or like Shield Maiden or Sludge Belch or whatever.
Maybe just cut shield block.
Maybe actually, but you kind of
Maybe.
want to draw.
The cycle's so huge though.
Yeah.
Maybe you cut Armor Smith.
Honestly, it's really big though as well. Maybe one. But it's interesting. Maybe
I
you
guess
only
there's
want
going to be a lot of
Bash.
experimenting with this card, that's for sure.
Yeah.
When
Let's
it
show
comes
the
to deck
decks.
building. Okay, so King's Defender, another card that's like focused on the taunt mechanics with this new set, but I don't know, it just seems underwhelming to me.
King's Defender isn't good.
The problem is just like
It's
with
It's just in between both of your good
yeah,
weapons.
exactly. It's like
Yeah.
the same problem that Ogre Wallmaul has, basically. Like, even if Ogre Wallmaul didn't have the shitty drawback, it probably still wouldn't see any play because it just, in between the awesome fireworks, it's amazing for early game, and Deathbite, which is like the perfect mid game weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Just you don't really want to have anything in between.
Yep.
So King's Defender is probably gonna suffer because of that.
Yeah. It's just like Warlocks in general, like maybe +1 durability, but you don't want it late game or mid game.
Yeah, I don't think this card's very good, honestly. Like, Death Spite is just absolutely crazy. And
Yeah.
Fireworks is also just a crazy card, so it just doesn't make the cut, unfortunately.
Alright then. Up next, Orgrimmar Aspirant. 3 mana, 3/3, inspire, give your weapon +1 attack.
Yeah. Don't think you
No.
want to play 3 mana 3/3s in any warrior deck.
Yeah, the problem with Inspire on warrior cards, like general Inspire minions in warrior, is like the hero power does nothing. It just
Yeah.
doesn't have any impact on the board.
Yeah.
So
Doesn't push the tempo.
like
or
warrior
anything.
is probably the class that I would want to inspire to use the Inspire mechanic the least.
Yep.
Yeah, warrior is definitely one of the worst Inspire mechanics because you just don't want to be off curve Inspire. Like, yeah.
Yeah, you only want to armor up in general when you
have
have
spam on
nothing when you have nothing better to do. So
Yeah.
so we cannot really build an Inspire based deck around warrior. So apparently Orgrimmar Aspirant is just another 3/3 for 3 mana, which is completely irrelevant.
Yep.
Okay then, Magnator Alpha. Also damages the minions next to whomever he attacks.
It's a 4-mana 5/3.
So, yeah, it has to survive, first of all. Which warrior cannot really... Like, warrior... I mean, I guess if you have taunts, right?
Yeah, if you have taunts, this could be...
But then
Nah.
again, it also dies
I
to
don't
pretty much
know.
every removal. So
Yes.
This is not
no,
a good
it's
card.
not gonna happen.
I'd rather have
is-
like 4 Chron than this one in that case. If you want to attack.
If this was, on the other hand, though, like if this was a 3/5, that would be a whole different story, I think.
That would be good.
This card's getting dusted.
Yeah.
I'm getting gold. Looks good.
Golden Magnet.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, we got the penultimate card, Sea Reaver. When you draw this card, deal 1 damage to all your minions, and it's a Bulletfist Ogre stats.
The
This
card
is
is
a-
shit.
This card was, when I first saw it, it was interesting. So I was like, "Can you fit it in Patreon?" And I was like, "Oh, it's when you draw the card." And I was
Yeah.
like, this card's shit. Okay.
Yeah. It's like you
No.
can't combo it when you want to. It has a
This
Flame
is-
Leviathan thing that you draw it when you don't want to draw it. And
This card is never good. Yeah, I mean, Flame Leviathan's better than this.
Forget about it. Let's just disenchant it. And last but this time definitely last. Varian Rin.
This card is just, I don't even know.
It's
This card is insane.
it's the biggest power card in the game
This
you ever
is-
printed yet.
This is absolutely insane.
It is good.
it is crazy good power level, but of course, like what do you expect for 10 mana?
Yeah.
You draw, the bigger thing is you just, even if it didn't put any minions in, I think this would be good if it was just draw 3 cards.
But
10
yeah,
mana,
still-
7/7.
of course, this will be a mainstay in every control warrior, no doubt about that. But then again, like is it unbalanced? I wouldn't say so. It costs 10 mana after all.
I don't think it's
It's
in
not
there.
unbalanced because you don't get the battle cry effects, which warrior kind of relies on in a lot of cases as well. With Shield Meldin, with Alexstrasza, and some other cards.
Yeah, it
so-
all depends on what you play, I guess. Then
Yeah,
Another thing as well, if you have a full board, it puts the minions into your hand. I think. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure I read on Twitter it puts the minions into your hand. So like,
yeah, and what also? I mean, you're
Yeah.
not gonna have a full board with control warrior, but that's
yeah, obviously. I mean, it's just
yeah. And Draconics, you said it as well. Like, if you don't get the battle cry effects, and often you rely on those, and
maybe it causes
And-
you to cut cards.
and if the board gets wiped after you play Varian, then you might like if you're playing control versus control, if your board just gets wiped after Varian, then all of a sudden you're just super far behind because you just burned all your threats,
Yeah.
and gonna loosen fatigue because you drew cards.
you have no
So
more
it has
power
some
cards.
sort of board drawback.
well,
I
I
guess.
think you probably have to cut draw.
Yeah, that's what I was
So
talking
that's-
about earlier, like cut shield block or whatever, play bash instead.
Yeah, that's true. You can do that with
Possible.
this card. It's possible. That is true.
Yeah. Oh, you can get chill more from this.
How would you want Shield more from this?
All right, and that's it. That's it for the set review.
Don't forget about
so-
the hero powers. Okay, never mind.
So before we close this stream, let's say some closing thoughts. Name your top 3 favorite cards in this set. Dark Onyx, you go first.
Top 3. So number 1, I would say probably the most powerful card printed in this set is gonna be Ronin. That's my prediction. Ronin is pretty bonkers
Hmm.
because it's like kind of like a Doctor Boom, like, but you can combo those arcane missiles with so many things. With Archmage, Antoni does with spell power,
Flame
Whatever.
Waker and
Flame Waker
Malygos
and,
and all that crap.
Source Apprentice, yeah, exactly. And it's just 9 damage plus 7/7. So it kills the big game hunters as well. That gets it. And number 2 is probably gonna be. What is it gonna be actually? There's so many interesting cards, but I was actually thinking the Dark Bane might be really good.
The neutral minion, you mean?
The neutral legendary.
AD's Dark Bane, yeah?
Yes, it's Dark Bane, because she's just really strong 3-drop. With cards that have synergy with it, it's gonna be a core card in most of the decks that have buffs or spare parts or something. You can target it. It can be really insane. And number 3 is probably which is number 3? It's kind of like a mix of Tuskar Jouster. It's really interesting. And where's that card? Keep forgetting about it. Damn it. Eviana. It's also interesting with Emperor. That is the case.
Yeah, that can definitely provide some sick combos.
Yeah, but with Emperor, she is insane.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to see some ramp Druids.
Yeah, I think those 3 cards are what I'm most hyped about, because there's so many things you can do with those. Has a lot of potential. But I think Ronin is just the number 1 card in the set, to be honest.
Alright, Blackout, what do you think?
Tuskar Totemic. This is in no particular order. So Tuskar Totemic, Mulch, and the Mistcaller.
Can you elaborate on that?
Cards. Mistcaller I just think is crazy. I think the meta's going to shift more towards the late game, and I think that card is just as good as Emperor, if not. I'm not going to say it's better than Emperor, but it's better for. I think it's better for Emperor in non-combo decks. Actually, I'll go that far. Better than Emperor in non-combo decks. Tuskar Totemic has the potential to just win you the game on turn 3. And Mulch is literally the card Druid has needed for the past 18 months, in the sense that finally Druid has actual good spot removal, like a massive tempo swing on like turn 6. So like if they play Emperor, you can like mulch and develop something anyway, or whatever. So yeah, that's why those are my top 3.
Yeah. My top 3, also in no particular order. I'm really impressed with Ram Wrangler. I don't know, like this card, I feel like the power level of this card is potential. It has the highest potential, in my opinion. Even more than Varian, to be fair.
Yes.
Because just turn 5 you can win the game with King Crush, who knows? So,
it's pretty sick, yeah.
It's just completely busted sometimes. Okay, for Shaman I'm gonna say not even though I'd like Tuskar Totemic, my vote goes towards Totem Golem, because it's like the card that makes Tuskar Totemic so broken, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's just a very good card in general, a very solid 2-drop that Shaman really needed. And also, what is my third card? I don't want to be boring and say Varian. It's probably...
Darnassus, Aspirant.
It's hard to say. Like I was probably also gonna say Ronin, honestly. Ronin is pretty sick. Or even like Spelsinger or Koldala Drake. Mage has impressed me in general in this set, I think.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. So yeah, I really like those cards. The neutrals are not so impressive in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a lot of dust.
The neutrals, there are some cool neutrals in my opinion, like Gormok, and I want to try out Justica True Heart, how good exactly those improved hero powers will turn out to be.
I still want to see Ice Howl animation and how it looks golden. That King Crush bang.
I also want to see Murloc Knight in action. I want to play a lot of Murloc Knight. That's gonna be fun.
I want to see Golden Varian Rin.
Okay, so yeah, that's gonna cut it for our review. Only took us 4 hours. Pretty easy.
Shorter than TGT. Jeez.
Yeah, so thank you very much for watching. Once again, thank you very much to Trump for the host. Really appreciate it, and I will see you guys again tomorrow when I do my drunk stream. Hope you guys enjoyed the review. Be sure to press that follow button if you like what you see, and tomorrow I will be playing some more stuffs and get drunk.
Get the drink.
Okay. Goodbye everyone.
See ya.
Ugh.